Welcome to my JavaScript course to build an e-commerce website exactly like Amazon. In this course, you will learn the essential tools and skills to design, develop, and deploy a fully functional e-commerce website using vanilla JavaScript in frontend and Node and MongoDB in backend. My name is Basir and I'll be your instructor in this course. After 17 years of coding in international companies like ROI Vision in Montreal, I just found my passion in teaching programming. For the last 5 years, I've been tutoring hundreds of successful students around the world. I designed this course for anyone seeking to develop a fully functional e-commerce website like Amazon.com. By the end of this course, you'll be able to design a professional web template, implement a user-friendly front-end, and build a scalable backend. Also, you can connect your e-commerce website to payment gateway like PayPal and publish that on cloud servers like Heroku.com. You need to open the code editor along with me and start coding throughout this course. I teach you web design using HTML5, CSS3, including semantic elements, Flexbox, grid system, and responsive design, front-end development by pure JavaScript, including ES6 syntax, rendering system, single-page application, and libraries for work with date and time and drawing, chart, and etc. Also, you will learn backend development using Node and MongoDB consists of Express.js, JWT, Mongoose object data modeling, and more. This course is for non-coders or juniors who want to be a professional web developer and find a job in more than 22 million job opportunity around the world. No requirement is necessary for this course, and having a passion of coding is enough. Feel free to take a look at the course preview and enroll if it's along with your ambitions. This is an introduction to Amazon coding course. What we're gonna do in this course is to create an e-commerce website using vanilla JavaScript. Let's review the screens we're gonna build one by one. The first screen is the home page. And as you see, you will learn the static web page design, CSS grid to create header, footer, and content section. You will learn Flexbox to shape products thumbnail like this and make them responsive. I mean, if you go to inspect at this address and click on mobile view and refresh, as you see, it's gonna be like mobile for iPad, or let's say for iPhone, it's gonna show only one item. Also, you will learn how to create a sidebar using pure JavaScript like this, and also a search box to search for products. The next screen we're gonna build together is product details screen. Let's go to details of a product. And here you will learn single page application design. So you will learn the routing system, how to create a route, let's say /product/ID of that product. The next thing you're gonna learn in the product screen is creating buttons like this, add to cart button, and add event to it. When you click on it, you will be redirected to cart screen, and the ID of that product is gonna be part of this URL, and by having that, it's gonna be added to the list of your shopping cart. In the shopping cart screen, you will learn how to save and retrieve data in local storage. Let's say if I make it like 5 and then go to other page and then click on cart again, it's gonna be saved here. Even if you refresh the page, because your data are saved in the local storage, you will have your data even if you close it and open it again. Also, you will learn how to add event to combo box and update your page based on new value for items. When you click on proceed to checkout, you will be redirected to sign in and register screen. So you'll be able to design a form like this, create an account for user, and also to authenticate a user. What you will learn in these two screens is to create dynamic form, validation user input. Let's say if I enter register, I need to fill this one. The validation message should be appear here. Also, you will create a very simple Nodejs web server and connect to MongoDB database and insert your registered user into the MongoDB database collection. Also, you will be able to use JSON Web Token to authenticate and authorize users in your e-commerce website. After implementing sign in and register screen, you will be redirected to a wizard to place your order. In the shipping screen and in the payment screen, you will learn how to create wizard form to get user data in multiple steps. Also, you'll be able to save user info in local storage. In the place order screen, you will learn validation and also creating an order in the backend. By clicking on place order, you'll be redirected to order details. In the order details, you will learn how to make the payment using PayPal checkout. And when you click on it, you'll be redirected to the PayPal screen for make the payment. And after successful payment, you're gonna be redirected automatically to the e-commerce website and finish the payment. The next screen we're gonna talk about is the profile screen. When you click on your name, you will see your profile screen comprises of two parts. The first section is about updating user profile, and it's a form for update your information and also log out. By clicking on log out, your local storage is gonna be cleared, and by clicking update your local storage and also your backend database is gonna be updated based on new information that you put here. Also, there is another section to show a history of your orders, and it's possible for you to see your order history and take actions if you want to make the payment or you want to get the details about an order. Great. That's all about the user point of view. Let's go for the admin section. There is a dashboard link that will be appear only for admin user. If you click on it, you will be redirected to a dashboard screen. In the dashboard screen, you'll be able to create professional dashboard using pure CSS and JavaScript. Also, you can use chart libraries to show sales information and categories of your products in your e-commerce website. The next screen is gonna be orders, and it's just for admin to take an actions for orders. Let's say delete an order like this, or edit an order. And for edit an order, it's possible for you to set an order as finished or completed or delivered if its state is paid. And the last section of this e-commerce website is product screen. It's for managing products. You'll be able to create new product or edit your current products. You can update all information and make it possible for you to upload images for your products. Also, you'll be able to delete a product from your e-commerce website. Great. That's it. We're gonna implement together in this course, and I hope you will learn all technologies and tools we discuss in this course. I can't wait to see you for next lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. This is the first practical lesson for creating e-commerce website like Amazon using vanilla JavaScript. In this lesson, we are going to create folder structure and create index.html and launch that web page. Let's do that. First of all, we need to create a folder named JS Amazona in wherever you like in your computer. I'm going to create that in desktop. From File menu, in VS Code, select Add Folder to Workspace. Select Desktop and select New Folder, JS Amazona, and press Enter. Then go to this folder and click on Add. As you see, in the right side, the Explorer section, there is a folder Amazona here. What we're gonna do at this step is to create front-end folder inside JS Amazona, because this project consists of two sections. The first one is front-end part and the second one is for backend. In this lesson, we're just focusing on running the front-end part. Right-click, new folder, front-end, and press Enter. After that, it's time to create src folder inside front-end. src. And we are good to go for creating index.html. This is the main entry point of this web application. Right click on src, new file, and set file name to index.html. Here I'm going to use html:5 and press tab to create a very basic HTML structure and set title to JS Amazona. Also in the body section, I just create heading 1 JS Amazona. So it's time to show the result. The solution is using live-server package on npm. First of all, we need to convert front-end folder to npm project. Let's open terminal, new terminal, and as you see, we are in the root folder, JS Amazona, cd frontend, and inside this folder, we are going to create a npm project, npm init. We do this by running this, and for all questions, only press enter. That's it. As you see, inside frontend folder, a file named package.json created, and this file means that the frontend folder is a node project. The next step is gonna be installing live-server package. To install that, use npm install live-server. But the point is, we are going to install this as a develop dependency. It's just for development. So I set -D to mention this point that we are going to use this package only in development phase. After installing this package, a new content is added to the package.json, and it shows that live server dependency have been added to your project. It's time to create a start command. In the script section, press enter and set name to start, and value is this command, live server, press and space, serve src folder, and the parameter is verbose. Put a comma at the end, and by having this script, when you type npm start, index.html inside src folder will be served automatically. Let's test that. Press enter. As you see, JS Amazona is exactly the content of index.html. So what we did in this session is to create folder structure for the front-end part of JS Amazona and then serve that using live server. The benefit of using live server is that when you have a change here, Let's say I'm adding a new paragraph, the brand new commerce with vanilla.js, and save this. Automatically, the new changes will be applied to the web browser and there is no need to refresh that manually. Also, you have a complete log here. As you see, it says change detect in this file and it just reload again your website. Great. We are good to go for the next session, but before that, what I'm gonna do is to create a new file and set the file name to readme.md because I'm going to record all steps of developing this web application in readme.md. So here is JS Amazona, and this is the step 1 of this project, and here is the steps of creating folder structure lesson. Great. For next lesson, we are going to start designing website. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to design website. What we're gonna do is to create a template like this, but there is no products in the screen and there is no search bar. Only a header with JS Amazona, and there should be some links here like sign in and card, and a content for entering data. And at the end, we are going to create a footer to say all right reserved 2020. Let's implement this. First of all, we need to create style.css and then link that to the index.html. Click on Explorer icon. In the src folder, right-click New File. Set file name to style.css. And then what I'm gonna do is to go to index.html and right before title, press enter and link this style.css to this web page. Rel is style sheet and href is gonna be style.css, and close that. By having this link, we just linked web page to style.css. For the third step, we need to create some elements inside index.html. Get rid of these two elements inside body and create div and set class to grid container. Inside grid container, there should be 3 elements. The first one is header. Second one is main. And the third one is footer. For header, create a div. And this div is gonna be for showing brand name. Inside anchor, set href to // and set the caption to JS Amazona and create another div. The second div is gonna be placed on the right corner of the top, contain 2 anchor. The first one is gonna be sign in /#/sign in. And the second one is gonna be cart /#/cart. It's for showing shopping cart. In the main section, I'm going to enter products list and we will go for it in next lesson. In the footer section, all rights reserved @2020. Let's check the result. As we saw together, we need to go to this address and we are going to format this ugly style HTML web page to this one. Let's go for it. We need to update style.css. First of all, let's set box sizing to border box for all elements. Star here means that all elements. Box sizing to border box. It makes it easy for us to better handle padding, margin, and bordering for elements. Second one is gonna be setting font size. I'm going to use font size 62.5% because the default size for browser is 16 pixel. And if we multiply that by 62.5, it's gonna be 10 pixel. And each 10 pixel is 1 unit or 1 rem. It's the responsive measurement for CSS. And instead of using pixel, in this course, we are going to use rem, and 1 rem equal to 10 pixel. Let's set style for body. First of all, for body, we need to set height to full height, 100 viewport height, VH, and set font to 1.56 rem. And as you see, if we compare that with this table, it means it's gonna be 16 pixel, the default size. And set font name to Helvetica. If Helvetica doesn't exist, use Arial. The last one is removing margin, because by default, body contains a margin and we are going to get rid of margin. That's the setting for body. Let's check the result. As you see, there is no margin and font doesn't have any serif at all, and it's full height. Let's go for grid container. Grid container start with a dot because it's a class name. And inside that, I'm going to use new display method of CSS, which is grid. Set display property to grid. And when it comes to grid, we need to define some templates area. Grid templates area. It has 3 sections: header and press enter, main and press enter, and footer. So what I want to have is to have 3 rows: header, main, and footer. It's time to define columns and rows. So grid template columns, there is only 1 columns, 1 fragment. And rows, it's gonna be 3 rows. The first row occupy 5 rem, 50 pixel. Second one is for main and it occupy the remaining part. And the last section at the very bottom occupy 5 rem for footer. And the last setting for grid container is setting height to 100%. Let's check the result. As you see, here we have a header, a content that occupy the whole height of a screen, and a footer like this. It's time to add some style to them, make a background for header and footer, and make the footer center aligned. Let's go for them. For header, set grid area to header. Background color to dark. I'm going to use this code 20, 30, 40. Set color to white. Use this format. Also, it's time to use flex here. Why do we need to use flex? Because I'm going to keep JS Amazona and signing and cart in the same row. That's why I need to use display flex. Let's go for it. Display equal to flex, and set justify content to space between, because I'm going to put the brand link in the left side and sign in and cart link on the right side. That's why I use justify content space between. And set align item to center, because in the 50 pixel height, I'm going to put them in the center vertically, and also create a small padding which is equal to 0.5. Let's check the result here. As you see, I have JS Amazona and signing and cart right here. It's time to add a style to the link color. Let's go for them. In the index.html, set the first div class to brand. And in the style.css, first of all, for header anchor, set color to white. And for .brand anchor, set font size to 3 rem. Also, for all header links, set font weight to bold, and set text decoration to none. If user move mouse over a link, we are going to change the color from white to orange. Let's do that. Header anchor, when hover happens, set color to orange, F08040. Let's check the result. You see, it's gonna be like this. Very similar to this one. Let's go for footer. Dot footer, set background color to 20, 30, 40, display to flex, justify content, center, and align items, center to, and set color to white. Let's check the result. It's gonna be like this. So what we did in this session is to create the basic style of JS Amazona website. We just created a header with 2 sections, brand name and user links for signing and showing shopping cart, and an area for listing products like this, which is the topic of next lesson, and an area for showing footer like this. Very good. Until next lesson. Bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create static home screen. What we want to do in this lesson is to create a static product items like this. For each product, there is an image, title, brand, and price. And we are going to place them next to each other, and they are responsive too. If you are using mobile version, it's gonna be in one column. Let's start with creating UL with products class name. Open index.html inside src folder, and inside the main section, what I'm gonna do is to create a div, and inside this div, let's create unordered list and set class to products. For unordered list, we need to have some LIs. Each LI contains one product. LI. Inside this LI, create a div and set the class name to product. So each box is gonna be a div with product class name. If you check the result, you will see that there is an image, a title, brand, and price. Let's create separate divs for each section. For image, I'm going to create an anchor first and set address to, let's say, product slash an ID. I just enter ID1. And inside this anchor, I'm going to put an image and set source of image to slash images slash product dash one.jpg. We are going to put an image inside image folder in src folder and set alt to product one. It's image, not im. Yeah, like this. And we are going to make it self-closing tag. After creating image, it's time to create product name. Set class to product-name. And inside this div, create a link. And it's gonna be same link as product image. And inside this link, put product name. Let's say fit a slim shirt. After product name, I'm going to create product brand section div class equal to product dash brand, and let's set it to Nike. And the last section is for price div set class to product dash price and put a $sign like 59. That's it for the HTML section of product elements. Let's go and copy a product inside image slash. Let's go and put an image inside image folder. Click on Explorer, inside src, right click, new folder, and set folder name to images. What I'm gonna do is to put an image inside this folder. So find an image in your computer or over internet from a shirt and put that right here. I just downloaded an image from internet like this and set its name to product-one.jpg. And by having this, I'm ready to check the result. Open your browser, go to localhost colon 8080 and press enter. And as you see, this is the result. I have an image here, the name of product as a link, brand, and price. What we want to do in this step is to add some style to this product and make it like this one. We need to add a border at the top, set image size, set font size for title, for brand, and for price. Let's go for them. Open style.css and at the very end, create a comment like products and start by styling products UL. Before adding some style, let's duplicate LIs 1, 2, make it 5, 3, 4, 5. So I will have 6 items. 1, 2, 2, 6. In the style.css, first of all, we want to show LIs next to each other instead of having in separate rows. To do that, set display to flex. And also, we are going to make them responsive. Set flex wrap to wrap. Also, we do not like to have a bullet point next to each li. Get rid of them by setting list style type to noun. And we do not like any padding or margin for products. Don't forget we need to set justify content to center to put stuff next to each other. There's a typo here. Flex wrap. Let's check the results. Here is the results. Let's go for next styles. For HLIs inside products class, I'm going to set flex to 0 to 0, 130 rem. It set the maximum width for each product to 300 pixel. Set margin to 1 rem and remove margin button. We do not need margin button. And set height to 42 rem. And the last change is gonna be putting a border above HLI. Border top equal to 0.2 rem. It's gonna be 2 pixel and make it gray, E0, 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 and the style of this border is gonna be solid. Let's check the result. It's like this, but we need to set the image size to have them in the screen. It's time to style the product. In the index.html, we have product class, and let's style that. Product. We are going to set display to flex, but this time the flex direction is column because we are going to put item in separate lines inside a product. Flex direction to column and set justify content to space around. It just create a space between image, price, title, and brand, and set height to full height like this. Don't forget for product, put a dot because it's a class. And after that, for image inside product, I'm going to set maximum height to 26 rem and maximum width to 22 rem. Also create a margin from top to 2 rem because it's not gonna stick to top border. By having this, we are going to check result. You see, this time it's gonna get similar to this one. It's time to add a style for product name, brand, and price. For product name, I'm going to set line height to 2.2 rem. It's for multi-line product names. For product brand, what we want to do is to make the font size small and color gray. Font size is 1.2 rem and color is gonna be dark gray like 808080. For product price, make font size a bit bigger because price is an important attribute of a price. 2 rem. Great. Let's style the links. For links, in the style.css, scroll up and right after body, create anchor, set text, decoration to none, and when there is hover over a link, set color to orange. F0, 80, 40. It should be like this. And also the link color is somehow black. Let's make it like Amazon. For color, I'm going to set color to black. If you refresh, you can see it's gonna be like this. Very good. We just implemented the home screen like this one. For the rating part, we're gonna do that in next lessons. To make sure it's responsive, you can open from more tools in Google Chrome developer tools and click on this icon to make it in mobile device. Here I'm checking that in iPhone X, and if I make it like 100%, you can see that it's super responsive. And for large devices, let's say iPad, we have 2 items in a row. So it is completely responsive without having any media query in the screen and only by using Flexbox. That's it for this lesson, and for next lesson we are going to render this stuff dynamically using JavaScript. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to convert static homepage to dynamic one. We are going to define an array of products inside data.js and then create app.js and link that to the index.html. And inside this JavaScript file, we are going to create a render function that convert products array to HTML element in the screen. First of all, let's create data.js inside frontend folder. In this RC folder, right click, new file, and set the file name to data.js. First of all, we need to export an object that contains products as a property, and products, it's an array of products. Let's do that. Export default, and I'm going to return an object. This object contains products, and products, it's an array. The first element of this array is an object which describes a product. Let's set an ID. I set it to string 1. Name, let's say full zip, running shirts, category shirts, image, I'm going to set it to /images/ product -1.jpg, set price to $60 and brand to, let's say, SKWin, and set rating to, let's say, 4.5, and num reviews equal to 10. The last property for this product is gonna be count in stock, and let's make it like 6. So here is the first product. What I'm gonna do is to duplicate this product 5 times, and at the end I will have 6 products like this. Change the name and other information based on your preference, and also the products should be in a reasonable scale. But what you can do is to go to my Git repository for this project and download data.js and also all images inside image folder in the Git repository for this project. I'm going to make them ready like this. As you see, here is a list of 6 products, and you can type them directly or you can use them from my repository. Also for images, I'm going to do the same. I'm going to copy the images to this folder. And there we go. There are 6 images here. And also in the data.js, there is 6 products inside product array. Great. Let's go back to plan. After creating data.js and exporting arrays of 6 products, it's time to create home screen inside a screen. Let's go to src, right click, new folder, and set folder name to screens. Inside a screens folder, create new file and set file name to home screen.js. Next step should be export home screen as an object with render method. Inside here, I define const home screen and it's like an object and it contains a method like render equal to a function. In this function, I'm going to return an unordered list of products. Let's implement this. Here I'm going to use template literals, and inside that press enter, so it's possible for us to return a string with multiple lines, and also we can use JavaScript object inside template literals using $sign curly braces. First of all, create a UL and set class of this UL to products. And inside that, here I'm going to get access to the products inside data.js. So I just put a $sign curly braces and type products and use map to convert each product inside products array to LIs. So inside this, I'm going to use another backtick and press enter. And here, what I need to do is to define an LI. And inside this LI, let's close that. I'm going to use the content that I already created in previous sessions inside index.html. Right here, I'm going to copy one of this LI's content only. Yeah, this part. And paste them right here and create indentation to make them, clear. And as you see here, I'm defining all information about a product. So by having this, I'm ready to update static data like product title, brand, and others based on the product object. So instead of having this address, which is a static, I use $sign curly braces and use product.image. Instead of having a static alt for product 1, I replace that with product.name. For href, instead of having something like this, I get rid of that and convert that with product._id. For product name, it should be converted to product.name, and for brand, it's gonna be product.brand. And the last one is about price, $sign product.price. So we just created a render function that convert product array to a list of LIs inside a UL. Here we need to import products from data.js. What I need to do is to run import data from /data.js. The reason I'm using because I'm in the screen folder, I need to go back to src folder from here and then get access to data.js. Also, inside the render function, I define const products equal to data. So I'm using deconstructing assignment because I'm going to get access to property products inside data. That's the way I can use in ES6 version of JavaScript. That's it for this part. Let's go in the README file and follow the plan. What I did so far is to implement render method of home screen. I just imported data.js and also I return product mapped to LIs inside UL. The next step is gonna be creating app.js, and inside that I need to link it to index.html as a module. In the src folder, right-click, new file, and set file name to app.js, and go to index.html, and in the head section, right after title, create a script tag, set type to module, and set src to app.js and close it. By setting type to module, it's possible to use app.js as an independent module inside your index.html. That's it for configuring index.html, and it's time to go to app.js and start coding here. Let's go back to plan, and here it's time to set main ID to main container inside index.html. Inside index.html, for the main section, I'm going to set the ID of main to main-container. Let's go back to plan. After setting this to main-container, it's time to create a router function inside app.js and set main container inner HTML home screen.render. So inside app.js, what I'm gonna do is to define router function like this. And inside that, I need to get access to main container. Const main equal to document.getElement by ID. And the name of ID is main container. After that, I need to set main.innerHTML equal to home screen.render like this. It's time to import home screen. In the home screen.js, at the very end, I need to export home screen. So at the end of it, type export default home screen like this. And inside app.js, to import home screen here, type import home screen from /screens/home screen. So that's it for importing home screen. Let's go back to plan. We need to set load event of the window to router function. Let's do that. In the app.js, at the very end, window.addEventListener for load event, set it to router function. Don't forget, you need to prefix that with JS here. And let's see what we have right now. As you see, we have this result. And if you see a comma here, you can get rid of comma by doing this inside home screen.js, and right after the map function at the very end of the last, right after the closing parentheses of map function, put join and /n. Let's check the result. This time we have dynamic data here. Let's get rid of static content inside the main container in index.html. I'm going to cut all of them and get rid of them. You see, I have only a main element like this. And if I refresh, as you see, I have all content, but this time this content are dynamic. Let's say if you change this one from this to 95, what happens in the data.js? Change 60 to 95 and save it. You see, you have this change instantly right here. Very good. What we did for this session is to convert index.html with static products to dynamic one that rendered by JavaScript. We have used 3 files, the app.js like this. It just called the render method of home screen, and also a home screen object that contains render method that convert products array to UL and LIs, and also a data.js, which is the data center of this project for the front end part. Okay, so in the next lesson, what we want to do is to create router. When you click on a product and change the URL, it should show the details of the product. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement URL routing. What we want to do is to make this possible. When you click on a product, the URL is going to be changed like this, /product and the ID of that product, and you will be redirected to a new page. Also, we are going to implement 404 error page. Let's implement that. Here is the plan. First of all, we need to create a route screen object for home screen. Open frontend rc app.js. And what we want to do here, right before the router function, define const routes. And it's an object. The key is going to be the name of this URL, and the value is gonna be the screen that respond to this URL. For /, it means the home screen. The responder is home screen. And for /product /:ID, and colon ID here means that it's just a placeholder for the real ID that is gonna be replaced with web browser address bar. And the responder is gonna be product screen. We need to create product screen first. Let's go to a screens folder, right click, new file, and set file name to product screen.js. I'm going to keep it as simple as possible. Const product screen equal to an object that contains a render function, and it just return product screen, wrap it inside backtick, and that's it. Let's export default product screen. Here it's time to import this. I press an N, press tab, and it's gonna get imported automatically right here. Let's follow the plan. After creating routes object, it's time to create util.js. And inside that, we are going to define a function to parse request URL. In the src, right click, new file, utils.js. And inside that, export const. The name of function is parse request URL. It doesn't accept any parameter because it has access to document.location.hash, and that's what we're gonna use to create routes. Let's get the URL. I'm going to use this const URL equal to document.location.hash, and I'm going to make it to lowercase. I'm going to split that by /. So const request equal to URL.split by /, and at the end I'm going to return an object that contains 3 properties. The first one is resource equal to the second element of request. It's gonna be request square bracket 1 because it's 0 index array. 1 points to second item. ID is gonna be the third element, which is request 2. Request 2. And the last one is action. the last part of request equal to 3. By returning this object, we can get access to the resource. Let's say in the app.js, here the resource is product. And also we have access to the real ID, which in this case is the ID that user entered in the address bar to get access to the details of this product. It's time to use that function inside router function. Right after the beginning of body of router function, let's define const request equal to parse request URL. Press tab to import this function right here. It's time to define parse URL. Const parse URL equal to, first of all, I need to check request.resource. If request.resource exists, then I just return this $request.resource. Otherwise, enter a slash itself. It's gonna be for the home page. So I'm going to concatenate this string, let's say this string as a whole string, and then I'm going to concatenate this with this part, their ID part. If request.id exists, use /:id, otherwise use empty string. And at the end, concatenate this with the last part, which is about the verb, request.verb. If it exists, use this string / curly braces, request.verb, otherwise empty string. Put semicolon and save the file. So by having parse URL, I can compare this value with the items inside routes key. Let's do that. Const screen equal to routes, and inside square bracket I put parse URL. If a value for this parse URL exists, I'm going to return that routes parse URL. Otherwise, I want to return an error page. Let's set that error page to error 404 screen. Good. It's time to implement 404 error screen. What I'm gonna do is to duplicate product screen and rename that to error 404 screen.js. Here I just show a message, page not found. That's it. Let's set the name of constant to error 404 and use that in the export part. Let's go back to app.js, and at this point it's time to import this. Select the last font, press enter to import the 404 screen. So here I have the screen, and at this point, instead of rendering home screen, I'm going to render the router screen, the screen that calculated based on the route that user entered in the address bar of browser. But we need to call render method of that screen. And the last step to implement routing is adding an event listener for hash change of the window. Window dot add event listener for hash change. The responder is router function. That's it. Let's check the results. Here, when I click on a product, I will be redirected to product screen, and when I click on the home page, I will get the home page. Also, if I enter a not exist route, what do I get? Page not found. That's it for this lesson. What we implemented together is adding routing to this e-commerce website, so it's possible for us in the app.js to define lots of resources and pages and make it possible to create different pages right here and implement the details of those pages in different JavaScript file. That's it for this lesson, and what we're gonna do for the next lesson is to create a very simple Node.js backend server, because we are going to serve some data and make the data you see in the home screen to backend data instead of having a data.js as a static in the front end side. We are going to move this to the backend and make it possible to send AJAX requests to the server and get data and show them in the front end like this. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create a very basic Node.js server. If you check the final version of JS Amazona and open the network tab of Chrome DevTools, when you refresh this page, you will see that in the XHR section, the AJAX request part, this page send an AJAX request to this address /API/products. And what it get is an array of products. So what we are going to do in this lesson is to create a backend like this, and this API send an array of products. Go to your VS Code, and here is the plan. First of all, I need to create a folder like backend inside the root folder, new folder, backend, because I'm working on the backend folder. And inside that, I'm gonna make a new file and set file name to server.js. Here I need to write some code to create a small backend to send a list of products to the front end. First of all, I need to convert JS Amazona folder, the root folder, to a Node project. From terminal menu, open new terminal, run npm init. Press enter, and for all questions, only press enter and accept default. After creating package.json by running npm init, it's time to go for the next step. We need to install Express. Express is a web server framework that can be run on Node runtime. npm install Express. So let's go back to the server.js, and at this point what I'm going to do is to get access to the Express package. Const express equal to require express. Next command is gonna be running express function, and this function return an object which is our web app. Const app equal to express calling. So it's super easy to create a route by using app. It's like this: app.get. Get is the HTTP verb get /API/products, and the second parameter is a callback function that accepts request and response. It's HTTP request and response. And inside this function, we are going to return the array that we have in data.js. So what I'm gonna do is to go to frontend folder, src, and copy this from here, and then move it to the backend folder right here. And instead of export default, what I'm gonna do is to make it like this. Module.export equal to this, because I'm using common JS style of importing and exporting content in JavaScript. Let's go back to the server.js, and in this line, I'm going to get access to the data.js in backend. So I'm closing the front end part, and to get access to this, what I need to do is using this command, const data equal to require ./data.js. It's very important to put ./ because if you do not set ./ Node.js suppose that it's a npm package, not a file in your folder. Great. Let's go back to the body of API function, and here I'm going to use rest.send. It's for sending data to the client, and the data that I'm gonna send is data.products. So I just created a very simple route, but it's not done. To make it done and run a server, we need to run app.listen function. The first parameter is port number. Let's say port to 5000. And here is the responder. When it creates that server successfully, this function is gonna run, and I'm going to console log serve at http://localhost:5000. So by having this 11 lines of code, I could able to make a web server. Let's run this web server. To run this, what I need to do is to go to package.json. Be careful, it's not in the frontend folder, it's in the root folder. And in the script section, press enter, start equal to what I'm gonna run by calling start command is running node and put in a space backend folder /server.js and put a comma here. So when you run this command in terminal npm start, this command is gonna run in the terminal. Press enter. As you see, the serve at this address. Keep command or control and click on it to open that. You will get this error. The reason is the route we have defined is /API/products. Press enter and you will get this result. If your content hasn't have a format like this, you can install JSON Viewer package through Chrome extension store. Great. What we did together in this short lesson is creating a very simple Node.js server that serve list of products like this at this address. We will use in the next session from this address by sending an AJAX request from frontend and get data from the backend and show them to the user. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to load products from backend. In previous session, we created an API at this address, localhost colon 5000/API/products. And what we are going to do in this session is to send an AJAX request from frontend and get this data from backend. Let us start by coding this part. First of all, make sure that you have two instances of Node. The first one is running npm start in the root folder of Amazona for backend, and also In the front end, you should run npm start in the front end folder. By having this, we are ready to start coding. First of all, edit home screen and make render function async. Open home screen, and here is the render function. Make that async. Second step, fetch products from /API/product in the render method. So what we are going to do at this point is to send an AJAX request. So instead of getting data about products from data, which is a hard-coded JavaScript file in the front end, we want to send an AJAX request to the server and get that from a backend. To do that, we need to use this function, fetch const response equal to await fetch. Fetch method accepts two parameters. The first parameter is the URL we are going to send a request to. Let's set that to http://localhost:5000/API/products. So if you check this address, it's gonna be exactly the one we created in the backend part. And the second one is a bunch of options. It's an object like headers, and in the headers you can set the content type is application JSON, because if you check, the output that returns by this API is an array, and this array is in JSON format. At this point, it's time to check the response. If response is null, I just put exclamation mark before that, or response.ok is false, it means that there is an error in getting data from this backend. So I need to show a message, return an error. Let's return an error. Let's make a div, and inside that, error in getting data, and finish this function at this point. At this point, it means that this request is successful. So it's time to fill products. Const products equal to, here I'm going to use await because I want to call response.json, and the JSON function return a promise, and by using await I can convert that promise to real data and save that data inside products variable. So there is no need to have this line at all, and by having these lines of code, it's possible to get backend data in the front end part. The last step to implement this feature is to go to app.js. Open app.js, and inside this function, what I'm going to do is to change this line, the render method, to async. So first of all, I need to set router function to async and change this method to await. The reason I do like this is that the render method itself inside the home screen is async. So if I need to use the value or the return part of this, I need to use that in the app.js as a wait. Let's check the results. In the console, you can see this message. It says that it has been blocked by course policy. So we need to fix this issue. What we need to do is to install course package in backend. So open server.js and open terminal. Open a new terminal in the root folder, npm install course. And by installing that in the server.js, import that const course equal to require course. And we need to use this app.use like this. So by having this configuration, it's possible to send requests from different URL to this address. Let's open the running version of Backend, stop it and run it again. And then go back to the web app and refresh. As you see, this time it works. And if you click on network section in the XHR part, there is a request like this. The address of this request is /API/product, and the value is gonna be like this. And if you check the request header, you can see that the course policy have been set for this request and response accept that. Access control allow origin. Very good. Let's get rid of this line because we do not need the data in the front end. Also, you can delete the data.js in the front end folder because we are going to get access data from backend. And at this point, we just get our data from backend. That's all for this lesson. For next lesson, we are going to install Babel to start coding in ES6 syntax in the backend. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to use Webpack to manage JavaScript files and merge them inside one single JavaScript file to serve by web server. What's the benefit of using Webpack? If you check the final version of project here, I'm going to open the network section and the JS part. And when I refresh, as you see, there is only one main.js file and all other JavaScript file inside src folder merged together in one file, and it makes the speed more faster. But if you check the current version, as you see here, when I go to network section and in the JS part, when I refresh, as you see, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 files that need to be downloaded from the web server. So the first benefit of using Webpack is speed, and the second one, npm packages. In this lesson, we are going to use Axios library to send AJAX requests. And to use that, we have to install Webpack and use Webpack to include external libraries like Axios into our web application. Let's start by plan. Here, first of all, I need to go to front-end folder, open your terminal, and there is an instance of backend, and there is another instance for front-end. Create another instance of terminal and go to front-end folder. We are going to install 3 packages, and these packages are development mode. They are development dependency. It's gonna be npm install -development webpack webpack-cli and webpack-dev server. The first 2 packages make it possible to combine all JavaScript files and build a final main.js, and the last one, Webpack Dev Server, is just for development phase. It means that it just checks your files, and when there is a change in your JavaScript files, it automatically reload your web server and apply changes. Very good, we have done the first step, and by having this, there is no need to use live server anymore. Let's get rid of it. npm uninstall live server. By uninstalling live server, we need to update package.json inside front-end folder. Go to front-end folder and open package.json. And what I'm gonna do here, change the start command from live server to this one. Let's do that. Get rid of live server and webpack-dev server. I'm going to set two parameters. The first parameter is watch content base. By setting this parameter, it just check your source folder, and when there is a change in your folder, it rebuild your final JavaScript file. And the second parameter that I'm going to use is open. It automatically open your web browser and launch web application there. Let's go for the next step. We need to move files like index.html, style.css, and images one folder up. I mean, we need to move images, index.html. I keep Control button to select all of them, and style.css, and drag them to the front end folder like this. Click on move. That's it. Let's review what we did together. I just moved images from src folder to the front end folder. The second change, move index.html from src folder to the front end. And the last one is style.css from src folder to front end folder. That's it. We have done this part. Let's go for the next step. Rename app.js to index.js. Inside src folder, there is app.js. I just right click, rename it to index.js. The next change, update index.html. Inside front end folder, open index.html. Get rid of app.js script here and scroll down. Right before body section, create a script tag and set src to main.js. and close it. If you check the front end folder, there is no main.js file, but it's okay because web dev server automatically create main.js on the fly and you can use that. And it's time to test the result. What I'm gonna do here, is to stop running all instance of terminal. Click on this icon to close all of them, and then open it again, new terminal. First of all, run npm start on the root folder for backend side. Click on plus again. This time we need to go to front end folder and run npm start. By running this, I suppose that this command run on the terminal. Let's check it. Press enter. You see this command. And let's check the result. You see, I'm getting the exact result like the one that I have with live server. Let's open Chrome DevTools, go to network section, and here refresh. This time, instead of having lots of files, I only have main.js, and it contains all JavaScript file combined in main.js. In this step, I'm going to show one of benefits of using Webpack. What I'm gonna do is to open a new terminal and install Axios library. It's an Ajax request tool. To install that, go to front end folder, run npm install Axios, and press enter. After installing this, it's time to open src screen home screen. And what I'm gonna do in this function is to replace fetch method with Axios. To do that, I just replace fetch with Axios, and at the very top of this screen, import Axios from Axios. It's the way we import packages from npm org. The syntax of Axios is a bit different from fetch. I need to cut this from here and move that inside the option part like this. Also, for the result part, I need to check the response like this. If status text does not equal to OK, it's capital O and capital K, then show error message. Otherwise, the product is gonna be response.data, and there is no need to have a wait at all. So what I did in this sample code is to convert fetch method to Axios one. Using Axios instead of fetch method is much better because there are lots of benefits of using Axios over fetch. So let's check the result to make sure if it works perfect or not. Open your browser, refresh. You see, we are getting the same result. If I open the network section and the JS part and refresh, I'm going to disable cache and refresh. This time you can see it just changed the size of this file because inside this file, Axios merged and combined with the main.js. To make sure, I just search for Axios. As you see, Axios.js included inside the main.js. That's it for this lesson. What we did together in this lesson is to use Webpack to handle all JavaScript files and combine them together in one single file to improve the speed and also make it possible to use npm packages to apply them to the project. That's it for this lesson, and for next lesson we are going to install Babel for backend JavaScript files and make it possible to use ES6 version of JavaScript in the backend side too. Until that lesson, bye bye. In this lesson, we are going to install Babel transpiler for converting ES6 code in backend to ES5, which can be run on Nodejs. What we wanna get at the end of this lesson is to write ES6 version of JavaScript code in the backend. As you see right here, in the server.js, the style that we are going to import stuff is based on CommonJS, which is in ES5 version. But what we are looking to do is to convert that to the import-export version, which is for ES6. It's exactly what we use in the front-end part, using import instead of using require. To implement this, we are going to use Babel transpiler. First of all, I'm going to remove all instance of terminals and open a new terminal in the root folder and install some packages. These packages are on the development side, so I use -d parameter to install them as a dev dependency. @Babel core, @Babel CLI, @Babel node, and Babel/presets-env. And it should be install, not start. After installing these packages, it's time to create .babelrc file. This file is configuration for Babel transpiler. Right click in the root folder, create new file, put .babelrc. The format of this file is JSON, so create curly braces. Inside that, presets is an arrays of array, an array of array. The first parameter is gonna be @Babel/preset-env. It's exactly like this one, preset.env. And the second configuration is an object, and inside this object I set targets to node and the version of Node is current. That's the setting for using Babel in our project. Next step, I'm going to install Nodemon. Nodemon is very similar to Node. It just runs your JavaScript file, but the difference is when you create a change in your code, it just rerun your Node application automatically. You don't need to stop and start it again and again when you have a change in your code. Let's install that. npm install -d Nodemon. After installing Nodemon, it's time to update start command in the script section of package.json. We want to update this. There is no need to have node backend /server.js, and instead of this, we are going to use Nodemon and Babel. The command is gonna be Nodemon --watch. Here I'm introducing the folder that Nodemon need to watch. For sure, it should watch the backend folder. So I type backend here, and the second parameter is exec. It means that while Nodemon watching this folder, what command should be run when there is a change in this folder. Here I'm going to use Babel node, Babel-node. It's like Node, but the difference is it automatically transfer ES6 code to ES5 and run it on the Node runtime. This command needs a JavaScript file to run. So the entry point of my backend is server.js. It should be backend /server.js. Save the file, and in the terminal run npm start. That's it. We just created the server, and if you command click or control click on it and go to address API /products, you will get the result. So the Node server works. At the end of this lesson, I'm going to convert server.js ES5 required to ES6 import module. So instead of this line, I'm going to use this import express from express. If you do not have this setting here, you will get an error. But this time you see there is no import error. Let's convert the next one. Import cars from cars. And the last one, which is about data, import data from /data.js and get rid of this two line. You see, automatically server restart. At the end of this lesson, we incorporate Babel transpiler to our project and converted server.js from ES5 format to ES6. In the data.js, you need to convert module.export from this format to export default, which is ES6 version of exporting stuff. As you see, the result is same because we are using ES6 version, and Babel convert that to the ES5 that can be run on Node.js runtime. That's it for this lesson. For next lesson, we are going to focus on code linting. It means that when there is an error in your code, we are going to use ESLint to show that error and let us to fix that and make our code clean and consistent. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to enable code linting on backend and frontend project. Here I'm in server.js. Let's see what happens if I change app to app1. What I'm supposed to get from code editor is red underline for app because app is not defined, and for app 1 there should be a warning that let me know that I need to change this to something that is using in this code. This feature is called code linting. It helps developer find errors faster and fix them easier. We are going to use ESLint as a code linter. So let's use that. Open terminal, and in the root folder of JS Amazon, install ESLint as a dev dependency. npm install-d ESLint. After installing ESLint, it's time to go to VS Code extension and search for ESLint. Type ESLint and press enter and click the ESLint. At this page, you need to click install button because I've already installed it. It just show me uninstall. So you need to click on green install button for ESLint and wait a moment to install that. After installing ESLint package, it's time to go for configuration. What we're gonna do is to create .eslint rc.js. Right click, new file in the root folder, enter .eslint.rc.js. In this JavaScript file, we are going to define setting for ESLint. The setting, it's like a JavaScript module. Let's implement that. Module.exports equal to, the first parameter is for environment. We are going to use browser because we have front end to true. We are going to use backends, so set node to true, and also set ES2020 to true. They are environments for this ESLint configuration. The second option for ESLint is about extends or extensions. We are going to use extend equal to set Airbnb base. Airbnb-base. It's just a list of coding rules that make your code consistent and integrated. That's it for extension, and let's set parser options. Parser options equal to set source type to module. The reason we are going to use this setting is because of using import-export ES6 module style in our backend project. And it's time to set ECMAScript or JavaScript version. ECMA version equal to 11. We need to install this package. To do that, open terminal and run this command npm install-d ESLint-config-airbnb-base and put a space. Install the second important plugin, ESLint-plugin-import. The first plugin apply Airbnb coding style, and the second one make it possible to have import-export validation in your JavaScript code. So by installing these two packages, it's time to press Ctrl+Shift+P and type ESLint. This time select disable ESLint, and then type again this command, and this time select enable ESLint. In the .eslint rc, there is a typo in the file name. Rename, get rid of dot here. It should be .eslint-rc.js. By pressing enter and opening server.js, this time you can get errors. So the first error is about not using app1. If I change it to app, this error is gonna gone. The second error is about not having a line space between imports and code. By pressing enter, it's gonna work. The next error, it says unexpected use of file extension. You can get rid of this here. As you see, it just apply a coding style that make your code better to maintain and extend. Also, there are some warnings. If you don't like to have these warnings, it's easy. Just click on it and then click on this lamp icon and then click on disable no console for the entire file. And if you are interested to not have this type of error in other files, what you need to do is to copy this part of ESLint disable, go to .eslint.rc.js, and right after parser option, press enter and create rules section. For rules section, create single quotes and paste no-dash console and put colon and 0. By having this, all errors about console is gonna be gone. Let's get rid of this. And as you see, there is no warning or error next to this line. So what we did in this session is to enabling code linting in our project, and it just apply to the front end too. If I open a project, a front end folder, let's say home screen, it just apply this to this. Let's press Ctrl S to apply this. If you press Ctrl S, this setting doesn't work. It means that you need to enable code action on save to fix all ESLint. So let's do that. Press Command Shift P or Control Shift P and type JSON, select preferences, open JSON file and add these two lines. The first line is editor.format on save to true. This is the first setting you need to add. And the second one is this, editor.codeactions on save to source.fixall.eslint to true. By adding these two, when you press Ctrl S in your code, all errors is gonna fixed. So if you have files that there are some errors, that file is gonna be red like this, and you need to fix them. So that's it for this lesson. What we did together is to enable code linting using ESLint in our project. And for next session, we are going to install some VS Code extension to better and faster code. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to install some important and useful VS Code extensions. The first extension we're going to install is JavaScript ES6 code snippets. Click on extension icon, type JavaScript ES6 and press enter. And the first item is this. Click on green install button if you haven't installed it already. And also check some snippet that it provides for you. For example, if you want to import something, what you need to do is to open your JavaScript file, and instead of typing import and then name of the package you're gonna import, type IMP and press tab. Second VS Code extension, ES7 React Redux GraphQL React Native snippet. In this lesson, we're not going to use React Redux and other frameworks at all, but using ES7 provides some useful snippets that we can use them in our pure JavaScript e-commerce system. Click here, like the previous one, type ES7 React, and it's gonna be at very top. And here there are lists of all snippets that you can use. For example, you can use for of syntax like this. Open your server.js, and here let's say you are going to create a for of. Type FOF and press tab, and it just provides ready for loop for you to move forward. That's it for the second one. The third one is very important. it's prettier if format your code, provide indentation, fix syntax issues and stuff like that. Type prettier, and here it's code formatter. After installing this, prettier provides some coding rules for you, and when you save your file, it applies those rules to your code. If you remember from previous lesson, ESLint do the same thing. So using prettier and ESLint together provides some problems. To fix these problems, what you need to do is to install ESLint config prettier. To do that, open your terminal and install this npm install -d ESLint config prettier. After installing conflict resolver for prettier and ESLint, it's time to enable that. Click here, open ESLint rc.js, and for the extend section, as a last item in this array, type prettier. So by having this setting, if you open a file, let's say I'm opening a screen, home screen, you will not see any errors. It just fixes all errors about creating indentation, making space between items, and applying formatting rules. If you do not have this, let's say I get rid of this and save it, as you see, there are some errors in home screen, but when you enable it, you see, there is no error at all. Great. We just install the third VS Code extension, the next extension. It's a very important one. We are going to use template retlars in our code very much, and using HTML-less grammar injections make it possible in our template literal like this one. We have syntax highlighter. Suppose that we do not have this, to install it, you need to click here, type grammar injection, and the first option is this. Let's see if we do not have it. I just disable it. In the home screen.js, you will have this. There is no syntax highlighter for HTML elements inside template literals. But if I install it and enable it, what do you see here? You see? It just enable HTML syntax highlighter for us. So it's very important for this course. So in this session, we just install 4 important extensions. The first one is JavaScript ES6 code snippets. Second one is ES7 React Native. Third one is prettier, and also we have installed a helper extension to work with ESLint, and the last one is HTML-less grammar injection. By having this VS Code extension, you are good to code better and faster in this course. For next lesson, we are going to get into code again, and the configuration part is done, and it's time to start coding again with creating rating component. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create rating component. What we want to have at the end of this lesson is to have 5-star rating like this, and also a text next to stars to show product popularity in the e-commerce website. We are going to use Font Awesome library to create stars. Let's go for them. Here is the plan. First of all, make sure you run npm start on the root folder, and also you have created another instance, and in the front-end folder run npm start to start application like this. And then it's time to create component folder and rating.js file. Click on Explorer. In the front-end folder, rc, right click, new folder, components, and inside that create new file rating.js. For next step, we are going to link font awesome in index.html. Open index.html and write before style.css link, create another link, and this link is gonna be to link font awesome set relation to style sheet href to CDN library of font awesome. https://cdn.cloudflare.com/ajax/libs font awesome. We are going to use version 4.7.0/css/font awesome.min.css and then close it. That's it. Here is the link to Font Awesome, and by having this, we can use Font Awesome icons in our e-commerce website. Let's go to rating.js. It is very similar to a screen. We need to have an object that has a render method. Let's implement that. Const rating equal to an object, and this object has a render method. At the end, we need to export default rating. First of all, render method accepts two parameters. The first one is the number of stars, and the second one is the text that need to be written next to stars. I put them inside probs. So probs is an object that contains some properties like values, text, and etc. If probs.value, it's the star, it's the number of star. If it doesn't exist, or if it's 0, I need to return an empty div empty div. Otherwise, return backtick literal, and inside that, first of all, create a div and set the class of this div to rating, because we are going to set the color of stars to gold, and close that. Inside this div, we are going to create some stars. Let's go for the first one. Create a span. Inside the span, create icon. But here the class is very important for this icon. We need to check the value. So I put $ curly braces because I'm going to write JavaScript code here. If probs.value, I mean if rating, is greater than or equal to 1, what I want to render is FA space FA star and close single quotes. What does it render in the screen? It renders a full star. Otherwise, I need to check probs.value. If it's greater than or equal to 0.5, I need to render FA space FA dash star dash half dash O. It means half a star. Otherwise I need to render empty star. It's gonna be this class FA space FA dash star dash O. It's outline empty star, and close the icon and also close the span. There is an ESLint error and it says do not nest ternary expression. We do not like to see this error anymore. So click here, click on this lamp and select this one, and you can copy this from here, go to ESLint, and in the rule section put it inside single quote and set it to 0, and also you can get rid of this. So you will not see this error anymore. That's it for the first star. There are 5 stars, so I need to duplicate this 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. For the second star here, the value should be 2. This condition should be 1.5. 3, 2.5, 4, 3.5, and the last one 5, 4.5. So what I did in this component is to create a render function to show stars based on the props.value. But what if I want to show a text next to stars? To do that, in the last span, right after last span, create another span. Let's close it. And inside this span, I am going to use this JavaScript condition. If props.text exists, render it. Otherwise, it means if it's null or undefined, render empty string. That's it for the rating part. And we are going to use that in the home screen. Open a screen, home screen, and right after the product name div, create another div and set class of this div to product-rating. And inside this, what I'm going to do is to use rating component. Put $, curly braces, rating.render, call rating.render function. I need to import rating. When I remove last character of rating and type it again, autocomplete show me an option. And if I press tab, it's gonna be imported like this. Also, for render method, we need to pass an object, and this object contains two properties, value, and the value should be rating, product.rating, and the text. The text is gonna be number of review. I concatenate product.numReviews with this text, reviews. If I save the file, it automatically converted to template literal, which is more clear and better. So here is the code to use rating component, and this is the rating component itself. Let's check the result. As you see, here is number of stars, but they are not gold. To make them gold, what we need to do is to go to style.css, open style.css, and at the very end of the screen, create a section for rating. What we want to do here is to add a class for rating div. Set color to gold, FFC000, and set font size a bit smaller, 1.4 rem. Let's check the result. This time it's gold, but I don't like to have caption gold. I want to change the text to black. To do that, let's use this CSS style. Inside rating div, for span, which is the last child, set color to, let's say, 44444. Let's check the result. It's this. If we want to make it exactly like this, we need to increase the font size. Let's do that. Change font size from 1.4 to 1.8. That's it. So it's very similar to the final version that we have in JS Amazona. Great. What we did in this lesson is to create rating components, and at the end of this lesson we have a rating like this. But don't forget, here the size of this text should be small. Inside the rating, inside the style.css, set font size for last child to 1.4 rem, and by having this, It's gonna be small and exactly like the final one. That's it for this lesson. Until next lesson, which is about creating product screen, the screen that shows all information about the product like this. Bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create product details page, but it's not about creating all details like this. We are going to create a page that only show the title of product. In this path, what we need to do is to create an API on the backend and create a function on the front end to send AJAX requests to get all data about the product. In this lesson, we implement this part, and for the next lesson, after getting all data in a front-end part, we go for the UI part to shape this page. Let's start with coding. Here is the plan. First of all, we need to go to product screen and get product ID from request. Let's do that. In the Explorer, src screen, open product screen. For the rendered, let's define a function body and get request from parse request URL function. Const request equal to, I'm going to call parse request URL. Let's import parse request URL. Import curly braces parse request URL from // util. What I need to do at this point is to send an AJAX request to the server to get all information about a product with request.id. So const product equal to, I'm using await because get products returns a promise, and what I want to get from this method is the real data about the product. Get product, we need to implement this function request.id. Because we are using await here, the render function should be async. It's time to implement get products. There are two ways to implement that. The first way is to implement it right here, but I do not recommend this because we need to have a single file to send AJAX request to the server. So let's create that file. I'm going to create that inside the src folder. Set file name to api.js. What I'm gonna do in the api.js is to define a function to get product information. Export const get product. This function is async because we are going to send an AJAX request. Get an ID, it's the ID of the product. And what I'm gonna do at this point is to create try catch, because if there is an error in the request, I want to send the correct information to the caller, and the catch part should handle errors here. Let's define const response, and it's gonna be await Axios. We are going to use Axios to send AJAX request. Axios accept all parameters for sending a request through this object. The first one is URL, and the URL prefix is the address of backend. I'm not going to repeat address of backend again and again. So I just define a config file inside src like this and set the file name to config.js. In this file, all configuration above the front end should be set. Let's define export const API URL equal to, the address is http:// localhost 5000. That's it. Let's go back to api.js, and here I'm going to use that constant. It should be API URL, and I can get rid of last L, and when it's blue API URL autocomplete, if I press tab, it's gonna get imported automatically. And plus concatenate that with the address of this API /API/products, and here the ID of this products should be appended plus ID, and here it's await. Let's see, it just converted to template literal, and it's much better than having plus inside the strings. Okay, let's go for other settings. The method that I'm going to send request to the server is get, and in the headers section I'm going to set content type to application JSON. That's it. Let's get rid of this error. This error says that import preferred default. I just like other errors that ESLint give to us. Let's click on this, copy this part, and then go to ESLint RC file and add it inside single quote and put a 0. That's it. We just get rid of this error. Let's continue API. Here it's time to import Axios. Import Axios from Axios. In the lesson about Webpack, we have installed Axios library. If you haven't installed it, just open your console, open a new terminal, go to frontend folder and run npm install Axios. After pressing enter, it's gonna automatically installed and you shouldn't get any error about Axios at all. At this point, I just get the response and it's time to evaluate that response. To evaluate that, what I'm gonna do is to have an if condition here and compare response.status text with OK. Here I'm using negative condition because if there is an error, I should throw new error, and the message of error is gonna be response.data.message. Let's get rid of extra equal sign here. That's it. At this point, the result is okay. The response of Ajax request is okay, and it's time to return data. Return response.data. In the catch part, when there is an error, I console log that error and then return this object. Error equal to error.message. That's it about creating getProduct function to send an Ajax request to server and get data about the products. And it's time to implement this API. Let's open server.js inside Backend folder. And inside Backend folder, what I'm going to do is to add a new router, app.get/API/products/:id. It's a placeholder for the real ID of product that I need to return. And create res function to respond the data. res.send. This time what I'm gonna do is to use find function on array. Data.products.find x goes to x._id equal to rec.params.id. What is rec.params.id? It's exactly the ID that user enter in the request at this part. What if this ID doesn't exist? Let's define const product equal to and make it as a result of this find function, like this, and then check if product exists, then return that product. Okay, if it doesn't exist, the else part. In the else part, res set a status to 404, so it just return 404 error. And what's the message send message equal to product not found. So we just created a backend API for /API/products product ID, and in the front end section we created a function to send a request to that API and get the product information. It's time to go to product screen, and at this point what I'm gonna do is to import get products from API. Get rid of the last character and type it and select the blue one, click on it to import get products. At this point I should have the product here. Let's just return the name of this product. What I'm gonna do is to create a template literal and create a h1, and inside that product dot name. It's just for test that it works, and close the h1. Let's check the results. Go to browser. You see here I have the product here. Let's click on the home page and select another one. As you see, the name of product comes here. If you open Chrome DevTools and go to network section and refresh and select the XHR, you will see that this API with this URL send the AJAX request to the server, and the data is exactly like this. And at this point the name is this one and the name appears right here. What if you enter a wrong ID, let's say this, and press enter, you are getting undefined. Here it says product not found. So instead of undefined, we can fix this in the product screen. After getting product, if product dot error exists, we can return a div, and inside that div show the error, product dot error. It's exactly the error that comes from the backend. Let's check that and refresh. You see request failed with status code 404, and this error comes from where? Comes from the API. At this point, when there is an error, it just return that error, and it's gonna be like this. Also, we can return the exactly error in the backend side. If you check the backend, the exact error is product not found. Let's show exactly this error here. To do that, what I'm gonna do is to look for error dot response dot data dot message. If it doesn't exist, return error dot message. Let's see what we have. You see, product not found. So that's it for this lesson. What we did in this lesson is to create an API file to send a request to the server to get information about a specific product. We created a config.js to use same API URL throughout the code, updated product screen to send an AJAX request and get data about a specific product and show the name of product on the screen. And if there is an error, we show the error message that comes from the backend. And also in the server.js, we added a new endpoint to get information about a specific product. For next lesson, we are going to shape this structure by data that we are getting from server. In this lesson, we are going to design product details page like this. At the end of last session, we could manage to send an AJAX request and get details information about the product. And it's time to shape that like this. So let's check the elements of this page. There is a back to result button and 3 columns: image, product info, and action. Let's go for them. And in the return section, instead of returning h1, what I'm gonna return is a div that contains all columns. Div, set class of this div to content and close it. Create back to result. First of all, create a div for that and set the class to back to result and a link that points to the home page, and the title is back to result and close it. Create another div and set this div class to details because it's gonna be used for showing details of a product, and close this. Inside this div there are 3 columns. Let's create 3 divs. First div is details image, and inside that there should be an image. Source is gonna be product.image, product.image, and the alternative text should be product.name, and close this self-closing tag. Let's close this div for details image, and it's time to go for details info. Create a div, set class to details-info, and close this div. Inside the body of this div, we are going to show list of data. If you check the final result, there should be 1, 2, 3, 4 section. So it's much better to use a UL, li, and the first li is gonna be h1 to show product name, because product name is the most important part of this content. Close li and close ul. We are going to add another li, and it's for rating. Li, inside that use $ curly braces and type rating dot render, and here I'm going to pass the rating value and rating text. Value should comes from product dot rating, and text is a mix of product num review and in space reviews. Put a colon right after text and save the file to format that. It's time to import rating. Go up, import rating from ./components/rating. Very good. We have created the second li. Let's close this li. And it's time to go for the next one, the price. Li for price. Price colon, and inside strong tag put $, $product.price. The first dollar is for showing $, and the second one is to get access to JavaScript inside template literals. And close strong tag. Let's put /li, and it's time to show description, and li for description. Description colon, and create a div. Inside this div, use $ product.description. Great. Close this li and create indentation like this. So we have created the second column, and it's time to go for the last column, which is about details action to show add to cart button. Right after this div, create another div and set class to details action. Close this div, and inside that, it's time to create another UL. This UL contains 1, 2, or 3 items. Let's go for them. Li price is gonna be $, $product.price, and close li. Second li is for status. For status, I'm going to use a condition. If product.count in stock greater than 0, it means that it exists. I'm going to wrap it inside an span, and the class is success because it should be green. That means that it's a good news. In stock, and close the span here. If it doesn't exist, I'm going to show another span inside backtick literal span. This time set class to error. It's not a good news because we are going to say unavailable and close the span. So that's it for status section. Don't forget to close li and close ul. It's time to add the last li. The last one is a button. Set class of this button to primary. We will implement background color gold for primary buttons. Set caption to add to cart and set an ID for this and set ID to add button. So we just implemented the HTML structure of product screen. Let's check the result. Here, back to result, the image, product information, and the action. But as you see, they are in one column. What we want to do is to change the CSS to make them like this. Convert from this to this. So the remaining part of this session is about CSS. Open style.css. At the end, create a section for product details. Before that, for class content, I'm going to create a padding 1 rem. By having this, there is a padding around back to results, and very similar to this one. What I'm gonna do is to create details class, set display to flex, to put stuff in one row, justify content to space between to create maximum space between them, and set align items to flex start to align them vertically, and set flex wrap to wrap. What happens by using this? If the screen is small, all columns will be pushed down and there should be in one column in mobile devices. Let's go for details image. Details dash image. What we want to do for this column is set flex. If we divide the width of this screen to 4 sections, 2 sections should be image and it should be shrinkable, and the width is 60 rem. Let's go for the image inside this. Set max width to 60 rem and also set width to 100%. Let's check the result. You see, this time these two items is next to each other. It's time to style these two parts. Let's go for them. For details info, it should be flex 30 rem. It's half of 60, and same rules apply to details dash action. Put a dot before that. There should be an S in the details info, and here is details action. Let's check the result. You see, they are going to get close to each other. It's time to add some style to H1 and get rid of bullet points here. To do that, go to style.css and add this code. Details dash info ul and details dash action ul. Set padding to 0 and set list style type to none. The next one should be making heading 1 small inside details info dot details info heading 1. Set font size to 2 rem and set margin to 0. Let's check the results. Save the file. This time it's small. What we are going to do at this step is margin button for LIs inside details info and action. Dot details info LI and dot details info action LI create margin button 1 rem. For details action, I'm going to create a border like this and add a very slight background. Details action set border to 0.1 rem and a gray background 380 solid. Create a border radius to 0.5 rem and create a very light gray background F8 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 and create a padding around it. Padding to 1 rem. Great. Let's check the result. It's this. Let's add a style to add to cart. To add a style, I'm going to go at the very top of style.css and right after anchors, I'm going to create a section for button. And for button, I'm going to have this styles. Set font to 1.6 rem Helvetica. Set padding to 1 rem. Create a border 0.1 rem 80 80 80 solid and set border radius to 0.5 rem. If hovers happens if you move mouse over the button, I'm going to create a dark border around it. It should be border 0.1 rem and the color is darker and solid. Also for button, set cursor to pointer. And it's time to add a style to primary button. Button dot primary. We are going to only change the background color to F0C040. It's gold color. Let's check the result. So it's time to make it full width. To do that, add a class right after buttons dot fw full width and set width to 100% and use this class name inside product screen and right before the name of this class. Check the result, and that's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, we are going to implement add to cart button and create an event handler for it. Until that lesson, bye-bye. This lesson is gonna be a very short lesson because we are going to add event to add to cart button. When user click on add to cart, user will be redirected to a new page and the address of this page is /cart and then the ID of that cart. What we need to do to implement this feature in our local version is to create after render method in the product screen object. Let's go and implement that. Open your VS Code and inside the product screen, right before render function, I'm going to define after underline render as a new method. In this method, I'm going to get access to add button and then add event to that. Let's do that together. In the after render, to get access to an element with its ID, we are going to use document.getElementById. The ID is add-button. I'm going to add event listener and the name of event is click. Put a comma and press enter. And here we are going to define event handler. This event handler accepts no parameter, and inside the body of this handler, I'm going to just redirect user to cart screen. document dot location dot hash. So I'm going to only change the hash equal to, let's use backtick literal and enter /cart / here I'm going to enter the ID of product we are going to add. To get access to the ID of product, I need to call parse request URL. So let's go at the very beginning of after render and define const request equal to parse request URL. If you select the blue one, I mean the icon next to that is blue, and press tab, it's gonna import it right here and create round brackets. Let's use request right here. To use that, we are going to use $ curly braces, and I need the ID of it. So what is happening there? In the after render, we get access to add button, add event listener for click, and when click happens on the add to cart button, user will be redirected to the cart screen. Let's see if it works or not. Select a product and click add to cart. As you see, nothing happens. The reason is we need to call after render in the router function of index.js. Let's do that. Open index.js, and inside router function, right after calling a screen.render, I need to call this await a screen.after render. So by calling this, what happens? Let's check the result. This time if I click add to cart, it works. It just gets redirected to cart /1, and 1 is the ID of this product. But we haven't implemented this page, and you see page not found error here. So what we did in this short lesson is to add event to add to cart button, and when user click on add to cart, user will be redirected to the cart screen, and for next session we are going to implement that. Before ending this lesson, there is something remains in the product screen, and it's about the color of this. When it's unavailable, we are going to make it red. Let's go to VS Code, and in the style section, right after .fw, create .success. It's gonna be a green color equal to 40F040, and we can make it less green like this. And for error class, set red. It should be C04040. And this time, if we check the result, you see unavailable is red. And if there is an item in the basket, it's green in stock. That's it for this lesson. And for next lesson, we are going to implement cart screen. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement add to cart feature of JS Amazon. When you are in the homepage and select a product and click add to cart, we want to implement this feature. When you click add to cart, a new item should be added in the shopping cart. In this lesson, we are not gonna implement the UI of cart screen, but what we wanna do is to get access to the local storage and add the product to the local storage. For next session, we will implement the UI and a screen to show list of items in the cart. Let us start by VS Code, and here I'm going to create a new screen and set the name to cart screen. Inside the screen, new file, and set file name to cart screen.js. It's time to create an screen object. It's super easy. Const cart screen equal to, there are two methods. Render is gonna be like this, and also after render it's gonna be like this. At the end, we need to export cart screen. export default cart screen. So let's go to the index.js and use this screen. We are going to define a route in the index.js. In the routes here, create /cart/:id. This is the ID of the product that need to be added to the shopping cart. And the responder is cart screen, and press tab to import cart screen right here. We are going to add another route, and it's cart itself. And also the cart screen is responder for this. So when user click on carts, in the top right menu, it should be redirected to the cart screen. In the cart screen and the render method, I'm going to return a div, and inside div, just enter cart screen. We will implement this in the next lesson. Wrap them inside the backtick icon, and it should be like this. Let's check the results. Here, when I click on cart, I get cart screen here. So when users select a product and click add to cart, user should be redirected the same screen, cart screen. What we want to do at this step is to add a product with this ID to the cart items in the local storage, and for the next lesson we will show them in the screen like this. Let's go for them. Open your cart screen, and inside the render function, based on the plan we just created here, we need to parse request URL. Let's do that. Const request equal to parse request URL. Press tab to import this function from util.js. And then it's time to check the value of request. If request.id exists, it means that user clicked add to cart button. But if it's null, it means that user selected cart menu in the header menu. So here I need to add this item to the cart. First of all, I need to get that product from backend. So if you remembered from the product screen, to do that, I need to call getProduct method. Const product equal to getProduct, and select this one, press tab to import getProduct, and pass request.id to get that one. Because getProduct is a async function, I need to use await to access to that product, and when you use await, you need to change the render function to async. At this point, I have the product information, and it's time to call function add to cart. This function accepts two parameters. First of all is the product that I'm going to add to the cart. I'm going to pass all information about this product and set quantity for this product to 1, because by default we are going to add one product to the cart. The first one is the ID of product. I just set it to product itself, and it comes from product underline ID. It's the object that comes from backend. Set name to product name, image to product image, and price to product price. Also set content stock to product dot cont in stock. There's a typo, it's stock. And the last one is QTY, and by default it's 1. It's time to implement add to cart function. Let's go for it. At the very top, before cart screen definition, define const add to cart. And as I said before, the first parameter for add to cart is the item we are going to add to the cart, and the second one is force update, and by default I set it to false. We will use that later, but it's not the case for this session. Don't forget, we need to make it like arrow function. There should be a equal sign here. That's it. So let's go to the body of add to cart function. First of all, we need two methods here that save and retrieve items from local storage. I'm going to use the retrieve one. Let cart items equal to get cart items. We need to implement this function. It's cart items, and let's go for it. What I'm gonna do is to create a new file inside RC folder and set file name to local storage.js. And inside that, I want to define this function, get cart item. It should be export const get cart items equal to. So to get items, what I need to do is to call local storage.getItem const cart items equal to local storage.getItem. Here I need to pass a key. It's the key for the item that I'm going to save in the local storage. Here I use question mark to make sure that there is a value for this key in the local storage. If value exists, I use JSON.parse to convert local storage dot get item cart item and convert this to JavaScript object, because local storage only save data in a string format. But what I want is in JavaScript object. So that's why I'm using JSON.parse. Otherwise, if it's empty, I just return an empty array, because if there is no item in the cart items, it should be an empty array. At the end, only we need to return cart items. Great, we just implemented cart items here. Let's go to cart screen, and at this point I'm going to import that. Get rid of the last S here and select the blue one, press tab to import get cart items from local storage. Good, here I have cart items, and I should check if the item that I'm going to add to the cart item already exists or not. I need to define const exist item equal to. Here it's time to use find function of array. Cart items dot find x goes to x.product. X.product is the ID of items inside cart items, and I just compare them with the ID of current product. And if exist item contain a value, it means that we already have this product in the shopping cart. What I need to do at this point, I need to update cart items like this. Cart items equal to cart items.map. And why I'm using map here? Because I want to replace the product with the same ID with the value that I entered as a parameter to the add to carts function. So it should be if x.product equal to exist item.product, then use the item. In the item, the QTY field is gonna be updated. So by having this line of code, if you update the value of content, it should be updated in the cart items. Otherwise, put current item in the cart items. That's it. We have implemented the true condition of this if. Let's go for the false one. Else, I need to add this item to the cart items. Let's do that by using this feature of ES6. Cart item, deconstructing arrays objects, and then concatenate that with the item. At the end, what we need to do is to call set cart items. It's like saving, and we need to implement that in the local storage. What I need to set in the local storage is the updated cart item. Let's go in the local storage file and create set cart item. Export const set cart items, it accepts the cart items I need to set, and inside the body of this function I call local storage.setItem, and the key is cart items. You know, they should be exactly like the get cart items function. And the second parameter is JSON.stringify cart items. You know, as I said before, values inside local storage should be in a string format, and the cart item is in JavaScript object. I use JSON.stringify to convert that to a string and save that in the cart item key inside local storage. Great, let's go to cart screen, and it's time to import that. Remove last character and select the blue icon here, and that's it. It just get updated. We will go for force update in next lesson, but what we did so far is to implement add to cart, and what it does is to update local storage based on the item that user selected in the e-commerce website. Let's go to plan. We have done this 9 steps in the add to cart item. At the end, what I'm gonna check is to make sure that get cart items works or not. So here I just create another div and then put $ curly braces, get cart item, and just call the length because it's an array. Let's see what we have in the result. You see, I have 1. Let's go to homepage, select another product and add to cart. No, the array contains 2 items. So the local storage works perfect. If you refresh your page, as you see, it's still 2. It means that it just save your cart item if you close your browser and open it again, because the data is gonna save inside local storage. And also it's smart. If that item already exists, it's not gonna be added again. Let's try for product number 4. Go here, and here is product number 4. And add to cart. You know, it's gonna get 3. But if you refresh this page and run this algorithm, it's not gonna add again. And that's because of having this line of code. If exists item, do not add it. Just update the cart item. Great. That's it for this lesson. What we did together in this lesson is to create a route for cart and cart/ID. If there is an ID, we just defined add to cart function to add that item to the local storage. And at the end, we created a local storage file that contains 2 methods to save and retrieve shopping cart items inside our e-commerce website. In the next lesson, what we want to do is to implement cart screen URL. So in this lesson, we will have a UI like this. It just lists cart items like this, and there should be a button to proceed to checkout. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement cart screen UI. As you see in this screen, there is shopping cart items, and for each item, there is an image, the title or the name of product, and a quantity section. But we're not gonna implement this part in this lesson. It's gonna be for the next lesson. And also the price column. We should have subtotal here that shows number of items and also the total price. And also we implement proceed to checkout. When user click on it, should be redirected to sign in page. Very good. Let's go and implement this UI together. Go to VS Code. And here it's time to work on the cart screen. Click on Explorer. In the front end SRC screen, double click on cart screen. And here it's time to start coding in the render method. In the return section, what I'm gonna do is to get rid of this code from here and then create a div for cart. Set the name to cart. Close it. Let's press enter to make it in a new line and close this div. If you check the shopping cart, there are two columns, one column for items and the other one for action. Let's implement them together. The first div, set class to cart list, and inside this div we are going to list all cart items. So it should be a UL, set class of this UL to cart list container and close this UL. Inside this, the first LI is gonna be shopping cart and price. Shopping cart and price. Let's implement that LI, and inside that create the H3 and set the title to shopping cart and close H3 and create a div for price and close it, and also close the LI. For next array is gonna be from cart items. So let's go here and right before return function define const cart items equal to get cart items. We already implement that in the local storage. So here I'm going to convert cart items to LIs. First of all, create $ curly braces, and here I'm going to check the length of cart items. If it's equal to 0, I want to show a message that cart is empty. Let's implement that. Div cart is empty and put a dot and create an anchor, set anchor to the home page and invite user for shopping. Go shopping and close that anchor. What if there is at least one item in the cart items? It's time to render them into the screen. It should be cart items dot map. I'm going to map each item in the cart item array to LIs. For each item, what I'm gonna return is inside this backtick is LI, and for each LI create a div and set class of this div to cart image, and inside this put the image of that item. It's gonna be item.image and close it. Set alt to item.name and close image. Also we need to close the cart image like this. It's time to create cart item. If you check the result, cart item is this one, the name of product and also a section for quantity and delete button. Let's go for it. Div set class to cart name, and inside that create a div for product name, href equal to $, and inside that let's make it like this, /sharp/product/ and here it's time to show the ID of that item, item.product. Close this anchor, and inside that what I'm gonna show is item name, the product name. So it's time to close this div and create another div for QTY quantity. For QTY quantity, I'm going to just use a select, but the details of this select box is gonna be for the next lesson. Create a select and set class of it to QTY select and set its ID to item.product. Yeah, we need to close this select. Let's only enter a option and set value to 1 and close it. But in next lesson, we will get rid of this and replace that with the options but based on the count in stock value of this product. So we just created the select. It's time to create a button and set type of button to button. It's gonna be used for delete. Set class to delete button and set ID to for item.product. Item.product. Close it. And the caption should be delete. And close the button. And close this div. It's time to close the cart name div like this. At the end, we need to create another div. And this div is gonna show the price of each item, cart price. And what would be there? Put a $sign and another $sign curly braces for item.price. Good. Close this one. And also it's time to close the li. Oops, there is an extra closing bracket here. And there is no need to have this one. Close this. And there is no need to backtick at all here. That's it. So change this line for item name in the href to this code exactly, and you shouldn't get any error at this line. At the end of map function right here, we need to put .join and enter new line. By having this, when you render LIs in the screen, you will not see commas between LIs. Great. So we just implemented the first column, but if you check the result, let's add an item. It's ugly, the image is too big. There is a bullet point here, button is big, and quantity QTY is small, price is not in the right place. We are going to make it like this. But before going for that, let's create this part too. I mean, the section for action that user can proceed to check out. Let's implement that one. And at the end of this lesson, we will go for styling. Great. So if you check this div is cart list. So next to this one, I'm going to another div and set class of it to cart action to create second column and close it. Inside that, it's time to create the h3. H3 is gonna show subtotal. Subtotal has a parentheses, and inside that I need to show number of items. Here is items, and here I'm going to calculate number of items. I'm going to use reduce function on cart items array. Let's do that. $sign curly braces, because I'm going to write JavaScript code here. Cart items dot reduce. Reduce accept two parameter, accumulator and current item, and then it just return accumulator plus current item dot qty, and for reducer the default value for accumulator is 0. Great. Let's put a dot here, and then it's time to show subtotal. Put a $sign because it's a price. Another $sign curly braces because we are going to write JavaScript code. This time I'm going to use reduce, but this time instead of calculating number of items, I'm going to calculate subtotal. Accumulator and current item goes to a plus c.price multiplied by c.qty, and the default value for accumulator is 0. That's it for this one. It's time to close H3 and create a button. This button is for proceed to checkout. Let's set the title to proceed to checkout. Great. It's time to add ID to checkout button and set the class of this to primary because it's gonna be gold, and FW because it's gonna be full width. That's it for the HTML part of shopping cart. And if you check the result, at the end we have all elements. Subtotal is 3 items and the sum is correct. And also there is a process to check out. But in terms of CSS and styling, it's not like this at all. Let's add some style inside style.css, click on Explorer, and inside src folder, double click on the styled CSS, go to very end and create a comment for cart. And then it's time to start adding the style. First of all, the parent component. Set display to flex because we are going to put cart list and cart action next to each other. And also set flex wrap to wrap because we are going to make it responsive. If the window is small, action part is gonna be pushed down at the end of cart list. And set align items to flex start. As you see, it just divides the screen in 2 sections, but I'm going to add more space to the shopping cart and keep subtotal in a smaller column like this. Let's do that. Cart list is gonna be flex 3160 rem, and cart action second column is gonna be flex 1120 rem. For cart action, we are going to create a background and a border radius. Background color, make it light gray, F0, 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 and set border radius to half a rem and create a padding like 1 rem. That's it. Let's check the result. It's gonna be like this. I'm going to create a space around that. Inside the cart screen at the very top, for this class, set content, because content, if you check content here, it has a padding. So let's scroll down, and here for border, make it border radius. Let's check the result. I just create a radius around this like this one. Great. Let's go for the inner items. It's time to create cart list container. It's the UL. Container. It's the UL. Set padding to 1 rem and set list style type to noun. Good. Let's go for LIs inside cart list container. Here is the code. Cart list container LI. Set display to flex, set justify content to space between, and set padding button to 1 rem and margin button to 1 rem too, and create a border button, slide border button 0.1 rem. The color should be gray and solid. Let's check the result. You see, it just create a border button and items are in 1 row. The next one is gonna be for image. Cart list container, and for image inside that, set max width to 10 rem and max height to 10 rem too. So by having this setting, images is gonna be small like this one. It's time to go for this part, the first LI in the list, which is shopping cart and price. Let's fix their style. Set cart list container LI first child. And what I'm gonna do is to set align items to flex end. Set align items to flex end. Let's check the result. It just stick to the bottom. Great. Let's go for the next style. For cart image, I'm going to set flex to 1 and 1. For cart name, I'm going to add more space, 8 times bigger than in terms of width, 8 and 1. And for price, cart price, make it like image. Flex is gonna be 1 and 1. Good. For cart price, set text align to right because we are going to show them in the right aligned like this. And as you see, we are going to get close to the final version. Let's add some other style to make them exactly like each other. Here I am going to add cart name. They are the immediate div after cart name class. And set padding to 1 rem. Also, we need to set margin of h3 to 0. Cart list h3 set margin to 0. Aha, it just worked. So after that, it's time to set cart list button and cart list select. I'm going to set the font size to small. Font size, let's make it 1.3 rem. And also we need to set the padding to, let's say, half a rem. Aha, here is the result. They are very close to each other. Great. In this lesson, what we did together is to create cart screen, and inside the cart screen we show list of items in the cart and also subtotal right here. If we go to the home page and select another product and add it to cart, it just show them and it works. You see the new item is gonna be added to the shopping cart and subtotal shows 4 items and the total price is correct. So for next session, we are going to make quantity and delete button works, and that's the topic of next lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to finish shopping cart. What we're gonna do is to make delete and update quantity work. And also when user click on proceed to checkout, redirect user to sign in page. Let's go to plan. We need to implement after render in the cart screen section. And in the after render, I want to implement the quantity part. Here, if you check the quantity, you will see that there is a static option 1. We need to update that based on content stock. Let's get rid of it. And this code is gonna convert item.contentStock to an array and use map function on that array to convert that to select options. Let's do that. I'm using array and inside that pass item.contentStock and get the keys of this array, and then at this point I can use map function to convert each item in this array to options. So but I need to check item.qty with x plus 1, and here x is the index of array and it's 0 based. So when I plus with 1, I can compare that with the quantity that already is in this item. If they are equal to each other, I need to render option selected. Let's do that. Option selected and set value to x plus 1. X plus 1. So the first option when x is 0 is gonna be 1 like this, and close option. So the false part, if the selected item for QTY is not equal to the index of this array, I need to render an option and get rid of the selected part. Wrap it inside backtick. Great. So we just implemented option based on number of item in stock. Good. Let's check the result. Here, as you see, content stock is 6 and you see this. So let's go for updating quantity. If I make it like 5, I want to update the subtotal here. Let's go for it. In the after render function, I want to select boxes and add change event to them. Document dot get element by class name, and the name of this class is qty select. I'm going to save this element inside qty selects. Let's do that. Const qty selects equal to this. Put a semicolon. Qty selects need to be converted to an array because I'm going to add event to all elements inside this object. I'm going to use array from to convert that to an array. Array.from and pass qty select here, and I can use for each to work on each item. Let's set the name of each item to qty select. This one, there is no s here. And for each item, I'm going to add event listener. Qty select dot add event listener. The type of event is change. When user change an option, what should happen? I use e as an event handler here, and then use const item equal to, let's get cart items from local storage, and then use find on this array, and inside find I'm going to select the item that equal to qty select x dot product equal to qty select dot id. Great. It's time to add to cart this item. Add to cart this item. I'm going to use all properties inside this item, but I'm going to change qty to number. I'm casting e dot target dot value to number because the value that user selected is a string. I need to convert that to number and set that as a qty. And don't forget, we need to set the second parameter force update to true. Great. Let's go to the add to cart, and here there is a force update. And if force update is true, what I'm gonna do right before set cart item, I'm going to check if force update is true, re-render cart screen. So we need to implement re-render function. I'm going to implement that inside util. Let's go for it. Open util.js, and here export const re-render, and it's an async function that accepts the component that need to be rendered. And inside this function, what I'm gonna do is to set document dot get element by id main container dot inner html equal to await component dot render, and also I need to call after render await component dot after render, like this. It's the re-render function. If you check the index.html, you can see that there is a main container here, and inside util.js in the re-render function, I update main container inner HTML by the render method of component. Let's go to cart screen, and at this point I get rid of R and select this font, import re-render from util.js. For cart screen itself, it says that it was used before it was defined. We can get rid of this error because it's not important one, like this. It just removed. For the add to cart function inside onChange event, we need to update force update to true. And inside add to cart function, and when the item exists, we need to make sure that force update is true, and then we can update cart item. And the last change is gonna be changing the order of set cart items and re-rendering. I'm going to move this one above re-render because first of all I need to update local storage and then re-render it again. Great, let's check the result. And when I change it to, let's say, 5, can you see? Subtotal is 8 items. If I change this one to, let's say, 6, it's gonna increase and it's updated. That's it for updating quantity, and it's time to go for delete button. When I delete an item, I want to remove that item from shopping cart. Let's go for it. It's very similar to QTY select. So what I'm gonna do at this point is to define const delete buttons equal to document.getElement by class name. The name of class for delete button is delete button. Change delete buttons to array.from delete buttons, and for each item inside delete button array, I'm going to get delete button, and inside this, and for each delete button, let's add event listener for click. When user click on a delete button, what should happen? I'm going to call remove from cart and pass the ID of the product you are going to delete. I'm setting ID, and the reason I just set it to ID because if you check the render function for delete button, I just created ID attribute for button and I set it to the ID of item that I want to delete. So let's just scroll up, and it's time to implement remove from cart. Right after add to cart, define const remove from cart. This function accepts an ID, and inside that I need to update local storage by removing this item from cart items. I'm going to use this set cart items, and the parameter that goes to the set cart items is get cart items without the product that I'm going to delete. So it should be get cart items, but filter out the item that its product is equal to the ID of item I'm gonna delete. So after updating this, it's time to check the ID of deleted product with the ID of URL. Parse request URL. If they are equal to each other, I need to redirect user to the cart screen. Document.location dot hash equal to cart screen. Otherwise, if they are not equal to each other, I just re-render the screen, cart screen. Great. To get rid of error, what I can do is to click on this lamp and select disable no use before define for entire file. You just add this line at the very beginning of this file and there shouldn't be any error next to them. In the filter method, I need to change the condition to if x.product does not equal that ID, then keep that product, otherwise filter it out. Okay, let's test shopping cart. I'm going to add a product here and add another product, and let's delete this one and then delete this one. So it works. And as a last part of this lesson, we are going to implement proceed to checkout. When user click on it, we want to redirect user to the sign in page. It's super simple. Let's implement that in the after render. And here, just use this command, document dot get element by ID this time. And the ID of checkout button is checkout dash button, and add event listener and add event listener, and the type of event is click. And inside that, I'm using document dot location dot hash equal to slash sign in. Good. Let's check the results. When I click on proceed to checkout, I get redirected to sign in, but we need to implement that in next lessons. Okay, let's check again what we did in this lesson. We have done shopping cart. So if users select a product like this, users are able to change the number of items in the product, and also user can delete items, and when refresh, it's gonna get deleted. That's it for this lesson. Bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create user in database. The database we're gonna use is MongoDB, and the package we are going to use to connect to MongoDB is Mongoose. At the end of this lesson, you will have an admin user in your database, and you can try sign in with that user, or for the next lesson, you will be able to register new user. So let's go for creating admin user using MongoDB. The first step for this lesson is installing MongoDB on your computer. Go to this address docs.mongodb.com/manual/administration/install-community, and based on your operating system, select one of these links. And then when you go in the details page, there should be an instruction for installing MongoDB. Of course, you can use the Mongo Atlas if you like to use cloud database, but I highly suggest you to install a local version of MongoDB. After installing, it's time to go to code and open your terminal. Create a new terminal in the root folder of JS Amazona. You need to install Mongoose. It's like an ORM, object relational mapper, that make it possible to work with JavaScript object inside your Node application and save those JavaScript object as a MongoDB document inside MongoDB collections. After installing this, it's time to connect to MongoDB. To do that, what I'm gonna do is to go to server.js. Right before app, I'm going to import Mongoose from Mongoose. After importing Mongoose, it's time to connect to that. Mongoose.connect. And for connect, the first parameter is MongoDB URL. I'm going to use that like this. config.mongodb_URL. We will implement config.js later. And the second parameter for Mongoose is a bunch of options. We are going to use these options to prevent any warning and errors in the console. The first one is use new URL parser and set it to true. Second one is use unified topology to true. And the last one is use create index and set it to true. By having these three settings, there shouldn't be any error or warning in your console. After connecting, I'm going to use catch method to catch any errors in connecting to the database. Inside that, I'm just going to console log error.reason. So if there is an error, I will get a message in the terminal. It's time to go for creating config.js and define MongoDB URL there. Click on Explorer, Inside Backend, right-click New File and set file name to config.js. What I'm gonna do in this file is install .env package. Let's install that. Open terminal, npm install .env and press enter. By using this package, you can define environment variable inside a file inside your root folder of JS Amazon. So I right click here, create new file and set file name .env. It should be .env. So this file do not have any name and it just has env extension. The format to set environment variable for this setting is like this. Enter variable name like MongoDB underline URL and put equal sign, and then it's time to set a value for this environment variable. The default address when you install MongoDB is this: MongoDB : // / and it's time to enter your database name. I'm going to set the database name to JS AmazonDB. That's it. Let's go for config.js and read this environment because we are going to use that in the server.js to connect to the MongoDB. Inside config.js, first of all, import .env, from .env, and after importing .env, you need to call config function of .env. By calling this function, .env read this file and fill process.env with the content inside this file. So here it's time to export config. Export default. I'm going to default an object, and this object contains MongoDB underline URL, and set it to process.env.mongodb URL. Process.env.mongodb URL is the value that you enter in .env file right here. Great. Let's go to server.js and import config.js here. I'm going to get rid of G here and press tab, and automatically config is gonna be imported right here. At this point, we want to make sure that we successfully connected to the MongoDB. To do that, after connect and right before .catch, I use then, and inside then, I define a function, and inside that console log connected to MongoDB message. If you open your console and stop your backend project and run it again, you should see this message. After serve at this address, it says connected to MongoDB. If you have this message by having this code for connecting to MongoDB, it means that you successfully installed your database and connected to database. If you have an error here, like MongoDB network error, it means that there is an error in your installation and you need to follow the document in this address to install it correctly. Let's go back to plan. And at this point, after connecting to MongoDB, it's time to create a model in Mongoose. Go to Explorer. Inside Backend, create a folder for models. In models, we are going to save information about Amazon users. Create new file, set file name to user model.js, and inside user model, I'm going to define an schema, and inside that schema, I'm going to create a model based on that schema. First of all, start by importing Mongoose from Mongoose, and it's time to define user schema. Const user schema, and it's an object from mongoose.schema class. Mongoose.schema, and the first parameter for a schema is a bunch of fields for user. For sure, the first field is gonna be the name of user, and the type of it is a string, and I set validation for required to true. It means that if you want to save a user and the name of user is empty, you should get an error, and it shouldn't be saved inside your database. The second field is email. Email type is a string, and it's required, and it's an index. By setting to index, it's gonna be faster to get access to an item based on the email in the user collection. And it's unique too. Set unique to true. So it's not possible to have two emails with same value. And go for the next property. It's gonna be password, and password type is a string, and also it is required too. What would be the next one? It is admin. Admin is an important field because by setting admin as a Boolean value, we can define admin user and regular user, the user of e-commerce to buy stuff. It's required is true, so it cannot be empty or null. And the default value for admin user is false. So let's get rid of extra curly bracket and save it. It's gonna be like this. I just created a user schema, and it's time to create a model based on it. After creating a model, a collection with the same name of this model is gonna be created inside the database. To create a model, use this line, const user model equal to mongoose.model. There is no new here because we are using model function. It's not a class. And pass two parameters. The first parameter is the name of this collection in the database, and second one is the user schema. We are asking MongoDB to create a collection named user based on this field. Great. Let's export that. Export default user model. That's it about creating a user model, and after that it's time to create a route to save an admin user with user model. Right click on Backend, new file, set file name to user route.js, and what we wanna do in the user route is to define a get method to create a admin user. First of all, let's import Express from Express and create router from Express. Const router equal to express.router. Great. Let's create a get method from this router, router.get, and the address is create admin. Inside the responder to this address, I'm going to define an async function that accepts request and response. And inside that, I want to define a try, because if there is an error, I want to show an error to user, and catch to detect any error. Inside the try part, define a new user based on the user model. Const user equal to new user. The capital user here comes from the user model. It's much better to go to user model and set the name to user instead of user model. And inside the user, let's pass user info. Name is gonna be admin. You can set it to your name. Email is gonna be admin@example.com, and password, let's set it to JSMZona. Good. I just create an instance of this user, but I need to call save const created user equal to await user dot save. There is a typo in the async here. Change it to async. Okay, at this point, the created user contain all information about this user into the database. Let's rest.send created user, and by running this command, we send back the created user information to the front end. If there is an error, what I need to do is to res status, set the status to 500 because it's an error, and set message to error.message. Okay, it's time to import user, get rid of R, and as you see in the autocomplete, it just recommends user with capital U. It's very important. It should be capital U. And when you press on it, it's gonna be import right here. If you don't have this suggestion, just type this import user from /models/user model. Great. It's time to use user route inside server.js. What I'm gonna do, first of all, I'm going to rename that to user router because it's user router, and rename this one here. And at the end, export default user router. We are good to go to rename this to user router like this, and create a folder in Backend, set folder name to routers, and move user router inside routers folder and click on move. So the folder structure is like this. In the backend, there is a model. Inside model, there is user model, and there is a routers, and inside that there is user router. So save all files and go to server.js, and right before /API/product, I'm going to use user router. It's gonna be like this, app.use. The first parameter for use is the API path, /API/users, and the second one is user router. It should be user. Select this one because it's gonna automatically import that for you, and press tab. Make sure at the very beginning of your server.js, you just imported user router right here. It's time to test. First of all, open your terminal and make sure you do not have any error in the backend side. Before testing create admin, go to user router, and for admin user, I'm going to set isAdmin to true because it's admin user. And now it's time to test your create admin. Open your Chrome http://localhost:5000/API/users/create admin and press enter. You should get this result. If it's not formatted, you need to install JSON viewer, this one from Chrome extension, and it just make your JSON content beautiful. If you get any error, it means that you didn't install your MongoDB correctly, or there is an error in your backend code. Great, that's it for this lesson. What we did in this lesson is connecting to MongoDB database, using .env to define env environment variable, using environment variable, and what it does is to keep your project safe because MongoDB URL, it's a secure data that you don't like to share with others through sharing your source code, and that's why we are using this, and we're not gonna make .env part of our Git repository to share that with others. And also we just created user model and a router to create admin user. For next lesson, we are going to go for designing sign-in screen UI and then implement sign-in in our e-commerce website. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement sign-in screen. If you check the final version of JS Amazona and click on sign in, you will have a form like this, and you can enter your email address and click on sign in. Also, there is a link for new user to create a new account. In this lesson, we're gonna build sign in form, and it's just about the UI and styling. And for next lesson, we will implement the sign-in button to send requests to the server to authenticate user. Let's get to code. Open VS Code, and here is the plan. Create sign-in screen, render email and password fields, and then style them. Click on Explorer, and inside frontend src screen, it's time to add sign-in screen. New file, set file name to signin screen.js. Inside this screen, we are going to create render method const signin screen equal to an object that contains two functions. The first one is after render, and second one is the render itself. Inside render function, I'm going to return a form. But first of all, let's create a container for that form. Div and set class to form container and close it. Inside form container, let's create a form and set ID of this form to sign in form. We will get access to that in the after rendered method to put an event for submit. Close it. Inside form, I'm going to have a bunch of fields. For example, email, password, and button. Let's create a UL and set class of this UL to form items and close it. The first item in the form is sign in title. Create h1 and set the title of this form to sign -in and close it and close the li. The next item should be email because we are going to get user email. Li, put a label, set label for email. We need to create an ID for the input box with email, and email, close the label. After it, it's time to create an input. The type of input is email, and the name of it is email2, and the ID is email. Close it. Good. It's time to go for the next one. The next one is for sure password. Create label and set for to password and set it to password. Close label and create input, set type of input to password, name to password, and ID to password, and close it. Close the li. So we just created email and password, and it's time to go for a button, the sign in button. Li, inside that put a button, set type to submit, and set class of it to primary. We're gonna create a primary button to create gold background for it. Sign in and close the button. Great. Close li, and it's time to create a link for new user to create a new account. So li, inside li create a div. Inside div, ask user new user question mark, and if they are new, there should be a link, and the link is register page, and the title of this link should be create your account. Close the anchor and close the div and close the li. Great. We just implemented the render function for signing, and it's time to export that. Export default sign-in screen. As you see, we just created sign-in screen, and it's time to go to index.js to use that. In the route section, we're gonna add /signin to sign-in screen. Select this one, press tab to import it automatically. After that, it's time to check the result. Let's open here and click on sign in. You see this form, but it's not exactly like what we want to have. Let's add some style to convert this form to this one. Go to code and open style.css, and at the very end of this style, put a comment for form. The first style is for form container, and it should be display flex, because we are going to put a box in the center of a screen vertically and horizontally. Justify content center and align items to center too. Also set height to full height 100%. Let's see what we have. You see, this time the form is gonna be centered vertically and horizontally. Let's go for the next style. It's time to add a style for form items. ul form items dot form items equal to set display to flex, because we are going to put label, and set flex direction to column. We're gonna put label and input box in separate lines. Set width to, let's say, 32 rem, and create a padding around it. Set it like 2 rem, and it's time to create a border around that. The width of border is gonna be 1 pixel, and the color is gray, and the style is solid, and a border radius like 0.5 rem. The last style is list style type to noun. We're not gonna have bullet point for this ul. Let's check the result. That's it. We're gonna get close to the final style. Okay, let's go for next. For li's inside form items, we're gonna set display to flex, and set flex direction to column, set margin bottom to 1 rem, and margin top to 1 rem too. We're gonna put a space between items. Let's check the result. They are very close to each other, and it's time to make this a bit small. Dot form container h1, set font size 2.5 rem, and it's time to style input boxes. Let's go for them. At the very top of the style.css, right here for button, as you see, we have a style for button. I'm going to make input like button, put input comma, and also for hover, input column, hover comma. But if you check, there is a cursor to pointer. We're not gonna have it for input. Cut it from here, and above that, put button, and set cursor to pointer only for button. Let's check the result. Good. Compare the final one with this one. So close to each other. Let's fix create your account link. If you go to sign in a screen, and in the href, I need to put R here, href, and then it should work. If you click on it, you will be redirected to register a screen that we will implement that later. Great. In this lesson, we implemented the UI of sign-in screen, and for next lesson, we want to attach an event to sign in. When user click on it, the user and password should be sent to backend to authenticate, and a response will be given to the user. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement the Backend API for sign-in. In the final version of JS Amazona, when you enter your email and password, let's say I enter a wrong one, in the network section and SHR selected, when I click on sign in, as you see, I'm getting this API. I'm sending this API request to /user/sign-in, and it's the response that I get, invalid user or password. And if I enter the right user and password and sign in, I will be redirected to home page. But the important part is this: API request as a post method, and the response is 200. And if you check, what I pass is email and password through request payload, and for the result, I'm getting all information about this user and an extra field which is token, and this token is generated by JSON Web Token, and I need that for next request. So in this lesson, we are working only on backend side, so there is nothing on the front end. And in the next session, we will connect the backend and front end together. Great. Let's get coding. Open your VS Code. And while your front end and backend is running, it's time to go to backend folder right here. And inside the routes, select user router. I'm going to add a new API, and it's gonna be a post API, HTTP post request. User router dot post. The address is sign in, and here I'm using rec and res. At this point, I'm going to send a request to the database to get a user with this email and password. So const sign in user equal to await. Here I'm going to get access to user model from Mongoose and call find1 function on it. Find1 accept an object, and this object is like a filter. Email should be to get access to the front end data, on the body section of the HTTP request that's sent by front end data. I need to type this rec.body. And after that, I can enter the name of field, let's say email. So in the front end side, I need to fill the email in the body section of my request. And by setting that, I can read that right here. The second filter is password, and it should be like rec.body.password. Great. At this point, I have sign in user, but because I'm using await, this function should be async. Here it's time to check the signed in user. First of all, let's implement a negative scenario. If sign in user doesn't exist, exclamation mark, sign in user, what should I return to the front end? For sure, I need to set the status to 401. It's unauthenticated or unauthorized. res.status 401 and send. Here I'm sending a message equal to invalid email or password. Great. We just implemented the bad scenario here. For the good scenario, we will go for that later in this lesson. At this point, I need to install body parser to be able to read the body section of request. To do that, open your terminal, a new window, and npm install body-parser. It's a middleware by Express, and by having this, you can read the content in the body section of a request. So it's time to use that. Click on server. At the very top of this screen, it's time to import body parser from body parser. And right after creating app, let's say right after course, app.use body parser.json. We are using JSON because the data that I'm going to send as a body is in JSON format. Great. At this point, we are ready to test our API for invalid user and password. You need to install Postman to test API. So go to postman.com and click on download button and follow the instruction to have Postman on your computer. After that, run Postman. I just run it right here. Click here on plus icon, and for creating a new request, click on post because we are sending post request, and the address should be http://localhost 5000/API/users/signin. In the body section of this request, select raw, and the text should be JSON, and inside that create curly braces. Inside that enter email, put that in double quote. Let's say admin@example.com, and I'm going to enter a wrong password. Password is JS Amazona, but I just enter a 1 to enter a wrong one. Let's test it. Click on send. What do you get? Invalid user or password. And what's the status? 401 unauthorized. Great, we successfully tested our sign-in endpoint for invalid user and password. I'm going to install Express Async Handler at this point because when there is an error in our application, which is unhandled error, it stops running our application and do not send back correct error message to the user. So at this point, I'm going to install Express Async Handler. Open your terminal, npm install express-async-handler and press enter. After installing this, we need to import that in the user router. So let's go to user router as the very top, import express async handler from express async handler. So after importing express async handler, it's time to go to your async function and wrap your whole responder to this. So type this, create a round bracket, open in round bracket, and at the very end, put a closing one. So by having this, you wrapped responder function to this endpoint inside Express Async Handler. Do the same for create admin like this. Great. So all functions are wrapped in Express Async Handler. When you have Express Async Handler, at this point, you need to go to server.js at the very end, right before app.listen. You need to add this code to handle all errors in your Express instance. App.use, there are 4 parameters: error, request, response, and next. And inside this function, I'm going to check const status equal to if error.name exists and error.name equal to validation error. What I'm gonna send back is error code 400. It means that user entered something wrong. And otherwise 500, it means that server has a problem. So res.status should be the status code, and what I want to send is the message of error. It should be error.message. By using this, all errors in our Express will be handled in this function. Let's go to plan. We are In this step, testing invalid user and password, and it's time to go for entering correct user and password. If you remember from the very beginning of this lesson, we just generated a token. So we need to generate a token with JSON Web Token. Let's install that. Open your terminal again. npm install JSON Web Token. By using JSON Web Token, you can create a token based on your user info, and for next request, you can use that to authenticate your request. Go to user router, and inside that, for sign in, the else part. If sign in user exists, I need to rest.send the data that I'm going to enter. ID should be sign in ID, name should be signed user name, email will be sign in user.email, is admin is gonna be sign in user is admin, and the last one is token. And here it's time to generate a token. Generate token, and the parameter is sign in user because we are going to generate token based on the information of this user. Generate token should be in util.js. Right click on Backend, new file, and set file name to util.js. And inside that, export const generate token equal to user. And inside this, I'm going to call JWT, return JWT. It stands for JSON Web Token, and call sign method of it. The parameter that I'm going to pass is the ID should be user underline ID. Second one is name should be user dot name. Email should be user dot email, and the last one is admin is gonna be user dot is admin. Sign accept two parameter. Second parameter is a master password, is JSON Web Token secret. Let's introduce that like this: config.jwt underline secret. It should be a secret string, and by using this, a hacker can decrypt your token. Let's fix this typo here. Put a colon. And it's time to define JW secret inside config. First of all, get rid of G and type it again and press here to import config. And also it's time to import JWT. Import JWT from JSON Web Token. At this point, I need to go to config and define this. Open config.js, and after MongoDB URL, JWT secret should be process.env.jw2 secret, and open your env file, and here create JWT secret and enter a secret string, something secret, whatever you like. It's the master key to encrypt your token, and don't forget it should be in a safe place because a hacker can use that to decrypt your token. Let's check what we did so far. Here it's time to import generate token, get rid of n and type it and press this to import it right here from util.js. And let's check util.js, everything seems right, and config.js. Let's check the result. Send correct password, and let's see what we have. That's it. We have all information about this user from database, and also we have a token from JSON Web Token. By using this token, we can authenticate next request for this user. Let's review what we did together. First of all, we install body parser, async handler, and JSON Web Token, and then we create a JSON secret in the config, We updated server.js to use bodyparser.json, and also we handled all errors in our Express application. Also in the util.js, we created generate token based on JSON Web Token, and at the end we defined a router for sign in, and this router enabled us to sign in user. Great, we just implemented all steps are sign in screen backend lesson, and for next lesson we are going to connect the sign in screen UI and sign in screen backend in sign in screen action lesson. Until that lesson, bye bye. In this lesson we are going to complete sign in screen. When you click on sign in and enter a wrong password, you should get an alert, invalid user or password, and when you sign in successfully, the header should be your name and card. Let's implement that. Open your VS Code and go to sign in screen. In this screen, for after render, we are going to attach an event to sign in form on submit. Let's implement that. Document.getElement by ID. The ID of this form is sign in form, and press enter. Add event listener. The type of event is submit, and the listener is an async function that accepts event as a parameter, and as a first line of this event handler, we are going to call e.preventDefault. By calling this line after clicking on submit button, this form will not refresh and post back to the server. And it's time to call sign-in API. Const data equal to await sign-in, and the data that I'm going to pass to the front end is email and password. The email comes from document.getElement by ID, and the ID is email.value. For password is gonna be like this, password.value. And when I call sign in, a request should be sent to the server. And after that, if data.error, I need to show an alert, and inside alert, the message of alert should be data.error. Otherwise, I redirect user to homepage. Document.location.hash is gonna be slash, and the slash is homepage. Let's go for implementing sign-in. Open Explorer, go to API, and at the very end, based on this one, we are going to create a sign-in function. Export const sign-in equal to async, two parameter email and password. And inside the body of this function, let's use try catch, and the catch part is error. If there is an error, show that error in the console, and also return error equal to error.response.data.message. If it doesn't exist, error.message is enough. That's it for the catch part. And for the try part, first of all, define const response equal to await Axios. And for Axios, the URL should be like this: API URL /API /users/sign-in. Second parameter is method. The method is post. The next one is header. And for header, set content type to application JSON. Content type to application JSON. And after header, set data that we're gonna send back to the server like this: email and password. Great. At this point, we just created the response, and it's time to check the response. If response.status text doesn't equal to capital OK, I should throw an error, new error, and the message is response.data.message. Get rid of extra S here, and that's it. If everything is okay, return response.data. That's it. We just implemented the sign-in function here, and it's time to go to sign-in screen, and here we need to import that. Get rid of N, type it again, and press Tab to import sign-in. Very good. Let's check the results. Open your browser, open your inspector, and go to network and click on sign in. As you see, this message pop up, and let's check the body. Aha, it's invalid data. Let's enter the valid one, admin@example.com, and enter JS Amazona, and click on sign in. You see, you will be redirected to the home screen. If you check the sign in the request section, the request payload is email and password. They are correct. And in the preview section, you are getting email, isAdmin, name, and a token. So the next step is saving user information after successful login. In the else part, before redirecting user to the home page, I'm going to set user info based on the data. We need to save user info in the local storage. So let's implement this function in the local storage. Open local storage and export const set user info. We are going to get data from user, and we're gonna set default value for them. Let's say for ID, default is empty string. For name, default is empty again. Email, empty. Password, empty. Token, empty. And for isAdmin, let's set it to default false. In the body of this function, set local storage dot set item for user info to JSON dot stringify these values: ID, name, email, password, token, and isAdmin. Great. Here is the body of set user info. For sure, we need to get user info too. Let's implement get user info, export const get user info, and this function get user info from local storage, return local storage dot get item. User info is the key of get item. We need to check that if it exists, return JSON parse, because we're not gonna send back a string as a user info. It should be a JavaScript object. So we need to convert the string value inside get item of local storage using JSON.parse. Local storage dot get item user info. If it doesn't exist, let's enter default name to empty string, email to empty string, and also password to empty string too. Good. In the sign-in screen and in the render section, you can check if get user info, press tab to import that right here, dot name exists, then there is no need to show this form. We should redirect user to the home page, because when user signed in, there is no need to sign in again. Document dot location dot hash should be slash the home page. Also, don't forget here in the after render, set user info, get rid of last O, type it again, and select this font to import set user info in the sign-in screen. Save the file and test them. At this point, I just logged in. So if I click on sign in, You see, I redirected to the home page. As a last step for this lesson, I'm going to show username when user sign in. What we need to do is to create a component inside component folder and set the name of it to header.js and create a structure of component const header equal to an object, and this object contains render and after render. Let's put fat arrow here and export default header. In the render part, let's return. I'm going to go to index.html and move header content right here, cut it from here and paste it here. So how can I show header? First of all, save index.html and set the ID of this header to header container, and then go to index.js and in the router function at this point define const header equal to document.getElement by ID header container, and set header.innerHTML equal to await header, press tab to import header from component folder right here and put a dot render. Also, you need to call await header dot after render. By having this change, if you check the result, you will not see any change in the UI. We just moved the header section to an independent component. So in the header.js, we can control how menu shows in the screen. Let's do that. In the render function, const name equal to get user info. Press tab to import user info from local storage. And then you can check name to find if user logged in or not. As you see here, there is a dev here. If user is a guest user, I just need to show sign in. So let's use that $, name. If it exists, render this one. Anchor href to /# profile. And here I need to enter username, $, name, and close anchor. Otherwise, cut this from here, put backtick and paste it right here. Let's check the result. Here you see this is the name of user, and if I click on it, I will be redirected to profile screen. Let's log out. To log out, you need to remove local storage. Click here, select cookie, select local host, remove, and click OK and refresh. Now your local storage deleted and you see sign in here. Let's review what we did for this lesson. First of all, we just updated the index.html and created an independent header component inside header.js, and based on the user logged in or user is a guest user, we show sign in or username in the header menu. Also, in the local storage, we defined two methods to set user info or to save user info inside local storage and read user info from there. Also, in the sign-in screen, we created after render, and inside that we attached an event to submit sign-in for. And also in the API.js, we created sign-in function to send an AJAX request to the server to authenticate user. At the end, if user enter correct user and password, we redirect user to homepage. Otherwise, we show an alert. In the next lesson, we are going to create progress bar, progress indicator when we are sending a request we need to show an overlay to inform that user should wait for the result. And also, instead of having, the regular alert component of browser, we are going to use an advanced one that we just create together, and it's much better and more consistent with the e-commerce website. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement progress indicator and custom alert box. If you go to the final version of JS Amazon and select the product, you see there is a loading. When I click on sign in and enter user and password and click on sign in, you see a loading message. Also, if you enter a wrong user and password like this and click on sign in, you will get a custom message box like this. And after press OK, you can continue and enter the correct one. Let's implement a loading indicator or progress indicator and a custom alert message. Let's get to coding. And here is the plan. First of all, create overlay loading dev in index.html. Open index.html in the frontend folder, and right after body, create this dev set class to overlay, set ID to loading dash overlay, and set content to loading triple dot. Next step, we need to style loading. Open style.css and right after button.primary overlay, and here is the style to create a full screen overlay. Set display to none. By default, we're not gonna show that. Set position to fixed, because by a scroll we do not change the position of it. Set z-index to a large number like 1000. We're gonna put that on above other stuff. And set top to 0, left to 0, width to 100%, and height to 100% too. And it's time to create a transparent background. Background color should be RGBA, red, green, blue, and an alpha, like 16, 16, 16, and transparent 50%. Also, we need to create an active overlay.active. And it's gonna be like display flex, justify content center, because we are going to show the loading in the center of a screen, and align items to center too, and set color to white. So when we add active to an overlay, display from none is gonna be changed to flex and it's appear on the screen. Let's follow the plan. Here it's time to create show loading function in the util.js. Open your util.js inside the frontend and create show loading and hide loading function here. Export show loading equal to first select loading overlay document dot get element by ID loading dash overlay, and we are gonna add to the class list active, and after export there should be const. This is the show loading. Let's duplicate that and make that hide loading, and instead of add active, remove active. Great. Let's go back to plan. And here it's time to use this in the sign-in screen. Open sign-in screen, and right before sign-in API, call show loading, press tab to import it here. And after that, hide it. Let's check that. Click sign in. And here I'm entering wrong one. And click on sign in. Loading message appears right here. What I'm gonna do at this point is to use show loading on other pages, Let's say when I refresh this and I'm sending an AJAX request to server, I want to show a loading message there. Let's implement that index.js right here, and at the very beginning of router function, call show loading, and at the end of this function, call hide loading. And in the home screen, right after calling this, you need to call hide loading, and before that, call show loading. So before and after AJAX request, you need to have show loading and hide loading. Let's check that. If I refresh, it's gonna be like this. When I go to details screen, I have this. Back to result, click, and you see it just works. Let's sign in, and it works perfect. Also, for the details page, I'm going to use that in the product screen, and in the render method, I'm gonna use show loading before AJAX request and hide loading after that. Let's check. You see? We need to create an overlay message in the index.html. Go to index.html, and right after loading overlay, it's time to create message overlay. It's similar to this. I just duplicate that, create a div, and set class of div to overlay, and set ID to message dash overlay, and close it. Go to util.js, and here we are going to define show message. At the very end of it, export const show message equal to, it accepts two parameters, the message that I'm going to show and the callback function that I'm going to call after press OK in the message box. Set document dot get element by ID message dash overlay dot inner HTML to this. Create a div. Inside that div, create another div, and set ID of this div to message dash overlay dash content, and put message right here. Close the div and create a button. Set ID of this button to message dash overlay dash close button, and just put OK and close button. Also close the div, and we are going to add class active document dot get element by ID message overlay dot class list dot add active. And the last comment should be event listener for close button. Document dot get element by ID message dash overlay dash close button dot add event listener. On click, what we're gonna do is to remove that class. Document dot get element by ID, and the ID is message overlay class list dot remove active, because when user click on OK button, the overlay should remove. And here I check callback. If callback exists, call it. That's it. Here is the body of show message function. Let's go and use that in the sign-in screen. Open sign-in screen, and instead of alert, I'm going to use show message. Press tab to import that, and here is data.error, and I don't have any callback after clicking OK. Let's test it. Click on sign in and enter wrong password and click on sign in. I'm getting invalid user or password. Let's add some style to this. go to style.css and right after overlay.active, I'm going to add this style. Overlay, direct div, set background color to white, set color to black, set border radius to 0.5 rem, set display flex, and flex direction to column. Make justify content space around, and the last one, set max width to 40 rem. Also for dot overlay, direct div, and direct any item, any tag, create a margin and set margin to 2 rem. By having this, let's enter a wrong password and click on sign in. Aha, we are getting this alert message instead of regular and default alert of browser. If you press OK, it's gonna remove. Okay, let's review what we did in this lesson. First of all, in the index.html, we created two overlay to show loading message and show custom message to the user. We updated the style of them to make them full screen and transparent. In the index.js, in the router method, before any process, we show loading and after them hide that. In the util.js, we created show loading, hide loading, and also show message function. In the home screen, before sending an AJAX request, we called show loading, and after that, we hide that. Also in the product screen, we did that exactly. And in the sign-in screen, we use that for send the sign-in message, show loading before that, and if there is an error, we use show message to show custom alert to the user. Okay, that's it for this lesson. And for next lesson, we are going to go for register screen. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement register screen. When user click on sign in and the user doesn't have an account in our website, click on create your account. In this lesson, we are going to implement a form like this to register a new user and create a backend API to make a user in the database, and then redirect user to the home page to show username in the header menu. Let's get to code, open your VS Code, and go to a screen folder. And here, instead of creating register screen new file, I'm going to duplicate sign-in screen. Throughout this lesson, we are going to copy stuff from sign-in screen because register and sign-in process are very similar to each other and we're not gonna duplicate ourselves. So copy and paste sign-in screen and rename that to register screen like this. Press enter, and here we are in the register screen. Rename sign-in to register. So I press Ctrl F and enable match case. Click here to open it for replace box and enter register. As you see, 4 items found, replace all. This time use capital sign in. There are 3 items here, and use capital register and replace that. So by using this feature of VS Code, we rename all sign-in to register with respect to match case. Next step, scroll down to the render section of register screen, and before getting email, we are going to get name. I'm going to duplicate this and rename that to name. Name, 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 and name, and here is capital name. And instead of sign in, it should be create account. For password, duplicate password section because we are going to get re-enter password and make it re-password. But there is no need to change the type. At the end, the button is register, and the question right here, it should be already have an account. Question mark, and redirect user to sign in page and rename this to sign in. Scroll up in the after render. For registering a new user, I need name of user to duplicate email line and rename that to name. And by having this line, we get the name of user and save it in the database. Notice that in this lesson, you have to watch the sign-in lesson, because for sign-in details video, I explain each line of this code, and here we're not gonna duplicate ourselves. We are using the knowledge of sign-in and just implement register screen, and we're not gonna explain each line because in the sign-in lesson, we explained all of them. Let's go to API and create register. Click on API. And here, as you see, we have sign in screen. Again, I'm going to duplicate sign in and rename that to register. Register here and register here. Also, I want to get the name of user at this point. And for data that I'm sending back to server, I pass the name of user to. Save it. And it's time to go to index.js to add register screen to list of routes. Open index.js, and right after sign in, create register and set it to register screen. Press tab to import that. Great, we have done the front end part and we should be able to see register. Let's check that. Go to home page, click on sign in, click on create your account. As you see, they are very similar to each other, but we need to implement the backend part of it. Let's go for it. Open your user route. In the backend folder, routers, user routers, and here there is a post method for sign in. Let's duplicate the sign in function and rename that to register function. We're not gonna looking for database for a user with this user or password. What we need to do at this point is to create a new user. Let's get rid of it. Const user equal to new user. And what I'm gonna pass to this object, name, email, and password. Name equal to rec.body.name. If you remember from the connect to MongoDB, you know that by having rec.body, we can get access to the data that frontend sent to the backend. Same as for email and password. Rename that to email and password. It's time to create this user. Const created user equal to await user dot save. It's time to check. If created user doesn't exist, it means there is an error. So I need to send back an error, and the error is invalid user data. It means that user entered wrong data for this information. If everything goes well, I just copy created user and paste them with this one. And I just send the information about this new user to the front end. Let's go and check that. Open here and open your inspector. Keep your network and XHR open and enter user information. Test at example.com. Test. And click on register. The new user created successfully and you just redirected to the home page. And in the header menu, you can see the new user name. If you check the register API, you can see that in the header section, we are passing email, name, and password, and the backend send back the ID of user in the database, the token to authenticate that user, and name, email, and is admin. So we successfully created register screen, and also we implemented the backend API for registration, and everything works perfect. Let's check if we enter wrong data. Here I'm going to click here, cookie, and remove localhost, and then refresh to be a sign out user. And click on create account, open your terminal, and here do not enter data for, let's say, name, and click on register. You see, user validation failed. Path name is required. So by having this custom alert, if there is a validation error, we send back status 400 and display the error message for user. That's why you are getting 400 bad requests and you just get the error message. The register screen shows validation's error to the user. In the next lesson, we are going to implement profile page and make it possible to sign out for user. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement profile screen. When user click on their name, a screen like this should pop up, and in the user profile section, user should be able to see their info and also update information. There is a logout button to remove user information from this computer and log out user from the system. Showing list of orders is the topic of next lessons. And here we are going to focus on this box. Let's create that together. Go to your VS Code, and like previous lesson, we're not gonna duplicate ourselves. Profile screen is very similar to register screen, so we are going to duplicate that and rename stuff instead of building them from scratch. If you don't see the sign-in screen lessons, I highly suggest you to watch them. And by watching them, you will understand each line of code in the register and profile screen. Copy and paste register screen and rename that to profile screen. Inside that, I'm going to rename a register to profile. And also at the end, it should be profile. There is no need to ask question for sign in, get rid of it. And instead of register button, update button. Good. Scroll up. And what we are going to do at this step is to get user info from local storage. So in the render method, here we have this line of code to check if user.name exists, redirect user to the home page. But in the profile page, we need to check if user is not logged in, redirect that to the home page. Let's do that. I'm defining name and email from get user info. If name does not exist, it means that user shouldn't see this screen and should be redirected to homepage. Rename create account to user profile. And here we are going to show user name inside the input box for name. Set value to $ curly braces name. It's the name that we are getting from local storage. For email, it's gonna be like this. Value $ curly braces email. And for password, we're not gonna pass password, and there is no need to have 2 passwords here. That's it for the form. Let's go to index.js and add profile screen to list of routes. Click Explorer, open index.js, scroll up at this point, and /profile should be profile screen. Select this one to import profile screen right here. Also, there is an error in the home page when we call a screen.afterRender. Some screen doesn't have after render. So here I'm going to have a if condition. If a screen.afterRender exists, then call await a screen.afterRender. By having this line, there shouldn't be any error in your Chrome DevTools. Let's check the results. Here, refresh and click on sign in. Here is the data for sign in, and after sign in and clicking on your name, you see it's user profile. When you click on update, nothing happens. We need to implement update right here. Let's get to code, and inside the profile screen, at this point, it's register form. Let's rename that to profile form right here and here. And there shouldn't be a register method here. The method that we're gonna use to update the profile is update. Let's go and implement update function. Copy this, paste it right here in the API, go to API and duplicate register method in the API. Rename that to update. At this point, we need to send an authorized request to the server. Let's rename register to the ID of current user, $ curly braces ID. And what's the source of this ID? Let's get it right here. Const ID and token from get user info. Press tab to import get user info from local storage at this point. So by getting ID, I'm sending an update request to this URL /API/user and /ID of the user. So we need to change method from post to put, because post is for creating a new resource and put is for updating a new resource. In the header section, I'm going to put authorization because it's an authorized URL and everyone cannot update other users' info. Authorization equal to barrier, put an space, put a plus, and send the token right here. If you press Ctrl S, it's gonna convert that to the backtick format. So barrier and space and the token should be passed as an authorization field of header of this request. And here is the data that I'm passing to the backend. And if there is an error, I show that error. Otherwise, I send back the data. Let's check the profile screen right here. And I just save that. In the API, it's update, and here there shouldn't be any error for updates. Good. It's time to go to Backend and implement Update Profile API. What we need to do at this point is to go to User Router inside the Router folder of Backend. Open it, and I'm going to duplicate user router.post and convert that to put, because it's a update resource. And the path of this URL should be :id, and the ID is the ID of user that we need to update. At this point, I don't like to create a new user, so let's get rid of them. And what I'm gonna do is to get this user from database. Await user dot find by ID, find by ID equal to rec dot params dot ID, and rec dot params dot ID is the value that user entered in this part of URL. If user doesn't exist, I need to send 404 error because the resource doesn't found, and the message should be user not found. Otherwise, if user found, what I need to do is to update user info. Set user dot name equal to rec dot body dot name. If it doesn't exist, use the current value of username in the database and duplicate this algorithm for email and password. Email, email, and email, password, password, and password. So if user enter empty password, it should use the current password of user and save it into the database. At the end, I need to call user.save const updated user equal to await user.save and pass this information to the front end, and we need to generate a new token based on it. Let's check the result. Open your terminal here and let's rename admin to my name like Basir and click on update. You see, my name is changed. And if you check the network section, XHR part, and click on this one, you can see the URL is /API/users, the user ID, and the data that I pass to server is email, name, and password. And the result that's sent back by server is the new information of this user. There is a problem in this API, and the problem is that it's not authenticated. You know, if someone else send a request, it's gonna update other user information. What we're gonna do to prevent this security issue is to define a middleware, an express middleware to fix that. Let's do that. Go to code and go to util.js in the backend and create this method. Const is auth. It's a middleware. Middleware accepts 3 parameters: request, response, and next. We have worked with request and response, and the next means that when everything goes well, you can call next, and by calling next, the middleware stopped, and the next middleware or the handler will follow processing that request. Inside that, I'm going to read headers.authorization const barrier token equal to rec.headers.authorization. Barrier token doesn't exist. If it doesn't exist, it's empty. I should return an error res.status 401 dot send, and the message is gonna be token is not supplied. Else part, if token exists. I need to get the token part because barrier token contains barrier space token. I need to get rid of the barrier space. Const token equal to barrier token dot slice 7 and the length of barrier token. So I just cut from the 7 index of barrier token to get rid of barrier space part of the token and just get only the token at this point. So I need to call JWT. Let's import that, like this. Press tab to import JWT and call verify. Verify accept token and JWT secret config dot JWT secret, and the third parameter is callback that contain error and data. If there is an error, it means that the token format is incorrect. If error res.status 401 send message and put message invalid token. Otherwise, everything is okay. Request.user fill with data. What is data here? The data is decoded token, and the decoded token is user information like username, email, is admin, and etc. And after that, call next. And what is next in this line? By calling next, it means that everything in this middleware is okay, and the next handler should start processing the request. Let's export is off right here, export, and then go to user router, and in the put method for updating profile, right after the ID, put this middleware is off. And we need to import that right here from util.js is off. Great. Let's go back to this function, and now if we send request without providing token, we should get an error. Here, if I open terminal and click here and change it to Basir 1 and then update, what does it say? Token is not valid. So token exists, but it's not valid. Let's log out. Cookie, remove, OK, and refresh. I will be redirected to home page because it's a private area. Sign in, and click here and enter Basir 4 and click on update. I'm getting token. Let's fix this issue. Aha, there is a typo here. It should be headers. It should be headers. Let's check result. Click update. You see, this time it just worked. And if you check the request headers, you can see that the authorization work like this. So by using is off right here and use that inside the user router.put for updating profile, we make sure that only the owner of an account can update their information. Let's go for the last part of this lesson, which is implementing sign out. Go to profile screen, and at the very end, right after update, create a new button, set the button type to button, and set the ID of it to sign out button. And update should be sign out. Change the primary. There is no need to be primary at all. And go to after render to add an event to this button. At the very top of after render, document dot get element by ID sign out dash button. Add event listener for click. And what I'm gonna do is clear user information from local storage. Clear user, we need to implement this, and redirect user to homepage. Set hash to homepage. Good. Let's go for clear user. Inside local storage, we are going to implement that. Go to there, and right after set info, create export const clear user. In this function, what we need to do is to local storage dot remove item user info. That's it. Save the profile. Make sure that you have it right here, the clear user, and check the results. Click on your name, click on sign out. You see, this time it's sign in. So sign out work. So let's test again. Click on sign in, and click on your name, click on sign out. Let's check updating profile, sign in, click on your profile, change your name, let's say to add a number next to that, click update. You see, your name changed right here, and if you refresh, it still has your name. That's it for this lesson. Let's review what we did together. First of all, in the util.js, we created isAuth in the backend to authenticate user request by barrier token validation. After that, in the user router, we defined a new route for updating profile, and before starting processing that request, we make sure that isAuth is validated and user is authenticated to do this request. And then inside the update, first of all, we get the user by its ID, and if it doesn't exist, returns an error. Otherwise, we update the user information. For fields that user do not fill, we pass the database value for them to update. In the API part, we defined a new function for updating user profile, and here we send a request to the backend part to update user information. In the index.js, we added a new screen for profile. When user enters /profile, should be redirected to profile screen. And in the profile screen, which is a new screen in this lesson, we show information about the user and make it possible for user to update their info or log out from a screen. As a last part of this lesson, we created a new method in the local storage, and we clear user info when user click on sign out button. That's it for this lesson. And for next lesson, we are going to continue checkout wizard, because at this point we have all information about the user that we are going to put an order for them, and it's time to follow the checkout wizard. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement checkout wizard. When users select a product and add it to cart and click on proceed to checkout, and when user click on register or sign in, will be redirected to the checkout wizard like this. As you see, the sign in part is done and we are in the shipping part, and by entering user address and click on continue, will be redirected to payment method selection and then click on continue. What we are going to do in this lesson is to implement shipping and payment part of checkout wizard, and also at the very beginning of processing this shopping cart, we check if user signed in or not, and show the relevant screen for user sign in before going to shipping and payment state. And when user click on continue, will be redirected to place order screen. That's the topic of next lesson. Great. Let's go and implement checkout wizard. Get to code, and here is the plan to implement this feature. First of all, we need to implement checkout steps. Go to Explorer, inside component folder, right click new file and set file name to checkout steps. Inside that, like other component, define checkout steps, and there should be a render function here. Render, it accepts props to show the steps based on the props. We are going to return a div, and the class of this step is checkout-steps. Let's press enter here and press tab to create the first step in the checkout. It's sign in. Div set class to $. Here I'm going to read props.step1. Props.step1. If it's true, what I'm gonna return is active. Otherwise, return empty as a class name and close the curly braces, and the name of it is sign in. Close the div. Okay, we have next 3 steps. Let's duplicate this one, and the next step is shipping, payment, and the last one is place order. Change a step to 2, 3, and 4. Great, we just created checkout steps. Let's export that like this. Let's go back to plan. We have done the step 1 and step 2. It's time to create redirect user in util.js. When you add a product to the cart and click on proceed to checkout, you will be redirected to sign in screen. But if you click on sign in, you will be redirected to homepage. We're not gonna redirect user to homepage when there is an item in the shopping cart. So we are going to define a redirect URL and check that if user has an item in the shopping cart, redirect user to the shipping screen to enter their shipping address. Let's implement this method in util.js inside frontend. Open util.js in the frontend folder, frontend src folder, and at the very end, export const redirect user. In this function, I just check cart item. If get cart item dot length does not equal to 0, it means that user has an item in the shopping cart at least. Redirect user to shipping screen. Document dot location hash should be shipping. Otherwise, redirect user to homepage. Just duplicate this, paste it here, and make it like homepage. That's the redirect user. I'm going to use this inside sign in screen and register screen. Go to sign in, and instead of having a simple redirecting to home page, I'm going to redirect user based on the shopping cart. Let's press R again to import redirect user from util.js, and also in the register screen do the same. After setting user info, call redirect user and import that right here. After updating redirect user, we need to use this in the render method. If getInfo.name exists, redirect user based on the shopping cart item, and do the same in the sign-in screen. In the render method, if user already sign in, redirect user. Let's check the result. If I select a product, add it to cart, and click proceed to checkout, because I have an item at least in the shopping cart, I will be redirected to the shipping screen. Let's go to plan. And at this point, we just implemented redirect user, and it's time to copy profile screen and save it as a shipping screen. Here it's time to implement the shipping screen to get shipping information from user. Let's go to Explorer and then duplicate profile screen, because this form is very similar to each other, and rename that to shipping screen. In the shipping screen, rename profile to shipping, and at the end, make it shipping screen, and set the name of form to shipping form. Good. And it's time to work on the render method. Instead of getting get user info, I'm going to get shipping. And from get shipping, the information that I'm going to get is address, city, postal code, and the last one is country. In the render method, after checking user to make sure it's sign in, here I get shipping information, const address, city, postal code, and country equal to get shipping. We need to implement get shipping in the local storage. Copy this from here, paste it in the local storage like this, and go to local storage. At the very end, define export const get shipping like this. Inside get shipping, define const shipping equal to local storage.getItem shipping. If it exists, use that inside json.parse. json.parse this. Otherwise, return default data. For city, it should be empty string, and also for other information, address, postal code, and the last one is country. Get rid of the extra one, and at the end I need to return shipping. Let's implement set shipping because we need that. Export const set shipping, and the default parameter for address is empty string like this. Let's do that for city, postal code, and country, and then define the body of function right here. The body should be local storage.setItem for shipping, and the second parameter is json.stringify address, city, postal code, and the last one is country. That's the function for set shipping. Great. Let's go to shipping screen. At this point, first of all, I'm going to make sure that get shipping works perfect. Put G and press tab to get rid of error here. And here is the information that I'm getting from local storage to show them in the screen. Before form container, I'm going to use checkout steps that I already created in the very beginning of this lesson. Use it like this: $, curly braces, checkout steps, it's gonna import automatically, .render. And for render, set step 1 and step 2 to true. Step 1 means that the sign-in lamp should be turned on. And step 2 is for the shipping, which is the current state. Set title of form to shipping, and there is no need to email and password here. Get rid of them and duplicate the name LI for city, postal code, and the last one should be country. Let's rename them. Address for city, sorry, it should be text. All of them is text. And the next one is for postal code, name, ID, value, postal code. And the last one is for country. Use it for name, ID, and value, country. Nice. And name of button is continue. And there is no need to have sign-in button. Let's go for saving this information in the local storage. Go up and inside the after render, get rid of sign out button. And inside the submit, there is no need to have show loading here. And the error section, get rid of them. And here we just set document.getElementById shopping form, and there is a typo in the form name here. And then it's time to implement submit shopping form. First of all, call e.preventDefault. I'm not gonna refresh this page when user click on continue. And after that, call set shipping to import that right here. And pass address equal to. We are going to read the content inside the input box for address. It should be document.getElementById address.value. Put a comma and duplicate 3 times for city, postal code, and country. Copy this from here, paste it in the getElementById part. Great. We just save the information, and after saving, we need to redirect user to the payment screen. It should be like this: document.location.hash equal to /payment. Get rid of extra import here that we do not need them anymore. And there is no need to have email here. After removing extra imports, it's time to add shopping screen to index.js as a new route. Open index.js and add shipping screen. Press tab on the blue one to import shipping screen like this. Let's check the results. Select the product, add to cart, proceed to checkout. You just redirected to the shipping screen. We need to add a style to them to checkout steps to make them like this. Let's go for it. Go to code and open style.css. At the very end, create a section for checkout. And what I'm gonna do is define checkout steps. Checkout steps. Set display to flex to put items next to each other. Set justify content to space between, and set a maximum width, let's say 40 rem, and create a margin around them, and to put them in the center, 1 rem auto. For items inside div, checkout steps, direct div, create a border above them. Border top should be 0.3 rem, and the color by default is gray and solid. Set their color to, let's say, C0, C0, C0. It's gonna be gray too. And set flex to 1, 1, to put them in the equal width next to each other and create a padding from top like 1 rem. What if that step is active? Checkout steps dev.active. We are going to change the border color and the color. Set color to something orange, F0 8000, and border top color to like this. In the checkout steps, we need to close the parent div and create indentation in the checkout steps. Also, there is a typo in the name of steps. Let's rename that to correct name. And in the shipping screen, yeah, it just fixed. Let's check the result. Yes, that's it. And it is exactly like the final one. Select the product, click add to cart, click proceed to checkout. Oops, all of them are undefined. Let's fix this issue. Here I set item. I need to, in the JSON.stringify, I need to create a curly braces around them to fix this error. Let's test again. This time I'm going to enter correct information like this and click on continue. Let's refresh and go again. You see, this time it just worked. Let's go for the payment one. When you click on continue in the shipping, you will be redirected to the payment. Payment is very similar to the shipping. So what I'm gonna do is to duplicate shipping, rename that to payment screen. Payment screen.js. And inside that, rename shipping like this and keep it active match case and change it to payment, and for 7 item replace. Then go to local storage, and for get shipping and set shipping you need to duplicate both of them. Get shipping should be get payment, it should be payment, and this is payment 2. And for set shipping it should be set payment like this. But their fields are different. Let's go for them. Here the only thing we have in the get payment is payment method, and the default one is PayPal. Also for the save one, I just set payment method and the default to PayPal, and here I just pass payment method. Great, I just created get payment and set payment. Let's go back to payment screen and press T here to import them correctly. And there shouldn't be shopping form here, it should be payment form right here, and this one is payment form 2 in the render function. Let's fix the shipping screen. It's not shopping form, it's shipping form, and fix that also in the after render get element by ID shipping. Let's go back to payment form, and at this point I'm going to save the payment information, but there is only one information here, and it is payment method. What I'm gonna do here is to get rid of all of them because they are about shipping screen. And then at this point, I want to update the render method. In the render method, I'm not gonna get any information at this point. And for checkout wizard, set step 3 to true, because we are going to, enable payment box, and then get rid of all fields. Get rid of all fields and just keep the continue. And here it's time to define a radio button. Create a li, inside that create a div, inside div create input and set the type of input to radio. set name of it to payment method and ID to PayPal ID and value to capital PayPal, and it's checked by default because it's the default one. Then create a label and set label for PayPal and close that label. You can define other options and close the LI. Let's keep the indentation. Perfect. Add closing div, and here is the closing LI. You can duplicate this to add more options. Let's add a stripe to stripe. And in the after render, in the set payment, get rid of all fields here and use this code to read the value of payment method. Const payment method equal to document dot. I'm going to use query selector here. Query selector input that its name is payment method and it's checked. That's the code to get the payment method, and I'm going to get the value of it. Use payment method inside set payment. If everything is okay, redirect user to place order screen, and there is no need to have get payment at this point. Good. Let's check the result. Click homepage, select the product, add to cart, proceed to checkout, and click on continue. We need to add payment to the routes in the index.js. Let's go to the index.js and add a slash payment screen, and import payment screen in the index.js. Let's check the result. Select the product, add to cart, proceed to checkout, and click on continue. You see, you will be redirected to payment screen. But the thing is, we need to show PayPal and Stripe here. Let's go to payment screen, and here I'm going to get rid of checked for a Stripe, and in the label put Stripe, and here in the label put PayPal. That's it. You see, you can select PayPal or Stripe, and the only difference with the final one is the position of payment vertically. Let's fix that and keep them at the very top. Go to style.css and search for form container. Set align items to flex start, and you see it just stick to top. Good. What we did in this session is to create checkout wizard. When you select a product, add it to cart, and proceed to checkout, we implemented a checkout indicator like this, checkout wizard indicator, and we just save the shipping information, redirect user to payment one, user can select payment method, and redirect user to the place order. In the next session, we are going to implement place order page like this. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement place order. When user select a product and add that product to the cart and click on proceed to checkout, we just implemented shipping part, payment part, and it's time to implement this screen. In this lesson, we will focus on the UI of this screen, and for the next lesson, we implement place order button action. Great, let's go to code, click here, add a new screen, set the name to place order screen.js. Inside this screen, we are going to create a screen object. Const place order screen equal to after render and render. After render, empty body, and render. Don't forget to put fat arrow because they are methods. Good. At this point, we are going to define convert cart to order, because what we're gonna show at this step is not cart. It's a preview of the order you are going to place. Let's define this function, convert cart to order. Above this function, define const convert cart to order. Inside the body of this function, first of all, I'm going to get cart items from local storage and save that in order items. Order items equal to get cart item, and we need to import get cart items from local storage. Import that. Import get cart item from local storage. If you click on it, you will be redirected to local storage.js. Why do I need order items? Because I want to convert that to an order object. At this point, I want to check the order items length. If order items.length equal to 0, it means that there is no order to place. I need to redirect user to the cart screen. Document dot location dot hash should be cart. Otherwise, I need to get shipping info. Const shipping from local storage. Get shipping info, press tab to import that. If shipping information doesn't exist, we need to redirect user to the shipping information to fill shipping address. If doesn't exist, shipping.address, I need to redirect to shipping screen. Let's check the payment. Const payment equal to get payment. Get payment should comes from local storage. If payment.payment method doesn't exist, payment.payment method doesn't exist, redirect user to payment page. Document.location.hash should be payment page. So at this point, I have order items, shipping address, and payment method. It's time to create an object which can be converted to a real order in the backend. But first of all, I need to calculate items price, subtotal, shipping price, tax price, and the total. Let's implement them. First of all, sum of items price. Const items price equal to, here I'm going to use order items dot reduce. Order items dot reduce. Reduce accept accumulator and current item, and a plus c dot price multiply by c dot qty, and the default value for accumulator is 0. Good. Let's calculate shipping price. Const shipping price. Here I'm using a simple algorithm. If items price is greater than 100, set shipping price to 0. Otherwise, set it to $10. For tax price, it should be math.round, because I'm not gonna show a lots of float point numbers, decimal point numbers, because I'm not gonna show a bunch of numbers after decimal point. I'm going to use math.round to round that in 2 decimal points. 50% multiply by item price multiply by 100, and then divide that by 100. That's it. So we just calculated them, and it's time to calculate the total price. Const total price equal to sum of items price plus shipping price plus task price. And here is items price. Good. Let's return this object. Return, first of all, cart items, then shipping information, and then payment information. And at the end, there are prices, items price, shipping price, tax price, and total price. For the first one, it's order items, not cart items, because at the very beginning, we just defined get cart items inside order items. Here is convert cart to order, and it's time to use that in the render function. Let's scroll down, go to render function right here, press enter and define const and copy this and paste it right here. Equal to convert cart to number. Good. And at the end, we are going to export place order screen. Export default place order screen. In the render function, after getting information about this order, it's time to show them to the user. Return, put a backtick icon and press enter. First of all, create a div, and inside that, render checkout steps. Checkout steps dot render and pass all steps to true. Step 1 true, 2 step 4, 2, 3, and 4. It's time to import checkout steps. Scroll up, import checkout steps from component folder. Component checkout steps. After importing checkout steps, let's continue render function in the return section. After creating div, it's time to create another div inside the parent div and set the class of this div to order. Inside order, create another class and set it to order info. Class order info. Inside order info, we are going to create inside order info. Let's create another div, and inside this div, put h2 shipping and close that. Create a div and show shipping information right here, like this. Shipping address, put a comma, shipping city, comma, shipping postal code, and shipping country. Press enter here to have it in a new line. Remove the last comma and close that div and close parent div, and we are good to go for the next div. The next div is for payment. h2 payment, close it, create a div for payment method and show that from payment method, close this div and also set indentation to close parent div. The next div is for cart items div. Inside this div, create a UL, and the class of UL should be cart list container. Create first li, and inside that put h2 shopping cart, close that. Create a div, set it to price and close that. And after this li, it's time to use order items.map to show all items in the place order screen. $, if order items dot length equal to 0, order items dot map. Inside map function, we are going to map each item in this array to LIs inside backtick. Li, inside Li, create a div and set class of div to cart image. Create image, set src to item.image, and alt should be $ curly braces item.name, and close it. And close the image and close the div. And it's time to create a div for cart item. Div class cart item. Inside that, create a div. Create anchor, set href to /sharp/product/ and the ID item product and show the name of item there, $item dot name, and close the anchor, close the div, and create another div for quantity, div qty, and here it's just a label, cannot be changed the quantity, $item dot qty, and close the div. After that, we can close the cart screen div here and create another div. Set class of this div cart price, and show $1 for because it's a price, and another $, because we are going to use JavaScript object item.price, and close this div, and also close li. And here it's time to close ul, and after closing ul, close the parent div and the parent of that div like this, and create another div for order action. Here is the place for order action like this. I'm going to implement that after checking the results. Close this div and close the parent div. If you check this one, it's the top level div. After closing this, it's time to check the results. What I'm gonna do at this point is to go to index.js and add place order screen. Click here, open index.js, add place order screen / place order equal to place order screen, and it's gonna be import right here. Let's check the result. As you see, shipping address, payment address, and shopping cart. Before adding style, I'm going to fill the order action part. I mean this part, the order summary part. Let's add the HTML content for this and then go for styling all of this stuff. Go to place order screen and scroll down. In the order action section, get rid of order action and follow me to create order summary. ul li h2 order summary, close h2 and close li. Create another li for items div, items, close div, another div, $, item price, and close that div and close li. Duplicate this for shipping, task, and the total price. Shipping, tax, and order total. Change it to total price, change this to tax price, and change this one to shipping price. And at the end, create an li for place order button, place order, and close the button. Don't forget, the class of button should be primary, and full width. You see, at the end, I have order summary, item, shipping, tax, order total, and the place order. We have done adding HTML element, and it's time to styling those elements to make them like this. Let's go for them. Open your style.css, scroll down, create a section for order. For order class, set display flex and flex wrap. We're gonna make it responsive. Create a small padding and set justify content to space between. Here is the results. We just created 2 columns for us. Let's continue styling. For order info class, set flex 3160 rem, and for order action, set flex to 1120 rem. Here is the result. You see the way we are going to split width of this screen between information and action. Let's continue styling for order info, and for all h2 inside order dot order h2, set margin to 0 and font size to 2.2 rem. The next style for cart list container inside order, like this. I'm gonna set padding to 0. For the order info divs, order info class direct div. What I'm gonna do for direct dev is creating a border and border radius. Border 0.1 rem and the color is gray and the style is solid. Create a border radius to half a rem and create a very small background color CFC. Don't forget, add a padding and add a margin. Here in the adding border, it should be 0.1 rem. And let's check the result. It should be like this. For H2, let's add a very small padding button. For H2, padding button 1 rem. It's much better and similar to this one. And let's continue adding style. For order action, what I'm gonna do is to add border to 0.1 rem, gray color solid, create border radius 0.5 rem, and create a background color FC, and create a padding 1 rem. Check the result. The next move should be removing padding and bullet point. Let's do that. Dot order action UL, inside that set padding to 0 and get rid of bullet point by this line. After that, it's time to put price and the value next to each other. Order action LIs, set display, flex, set justify content, space between, and create a margin button 1 rem. And here is the result. Let's go for the order total. In the order action dot total li, I'm going to set font size to rem, a bit bigger, font weight to bold, and color to like this. And save this, use dot total inside place order screen, and for the order total, set it for this class. Order total is gonna be in different color and font size. Great, there is a typo in the order item.map inside place order screen. Here after cart image, it should be cart name. And there we go. Here is very similar to this one. Okay, let's review what we did in this lesson. First of all, we created place order screen to create a screen like this. And then we defined place convert cart to order. It just get all information that user entered during checkout wizard to an object like this that contains order items, shipping info, payment info, and also item price, shipping price, tax price, and total one. And then in the render function, we show them like this. 2 columns, the first one to show information about the cart, and the second one is order summary that has a place order button and user can click on it to convert this shopping cart to a real order in the backend. In the next lesson, we are going to go for implementing place order and create an order in the backend. Before finishing this lesson, what I'm gonna do is to set the margin top of this one and make them in the same line. In the style.css at the very end, for the first child of order info dev first child, set margin top to 0. And there we go. They are in the same line, the shipping and the order summary. That's it for this lesson. Until next lesson, bye-bye. In the previous lesson, we just created place order screen, and it's time to implement place order action. When user click on place order, we just create a new order at this address /order/ID of that order and make it possible for user to finish the payment. What we're gonna do in this lesson is focusing on creating an order. Here is the last state of e-commerce website. When I click on place order, nothing happens. Let's make it work. Go to code, and here is the plan. First step, we need to handle place order button click. Let's go for it. Open place order screen, and then scroll down for the button place order and set ID to place order dash button. Scroll up. In the after render of place order screen, press enter there, and first of all, let's get order from convert cart to order function. Const order convert order to function. At this point, I'm going to send an AJAX request. So first of all, I need to call show loading, and then const data equal to await create order, and the parameter that I'm going to pass is order. After that, hide loading. We need to import them from util.js. Import show loading and hide loading from util.js. Here we are using await, so the after render should be async, and I need to create order function in the API, and here is the data. If data.error exists, I need to show a message. Show message data.error, and we need to import that by pressing on this. Otherwise, at this point, I need to clear the cart. I need to clean the cart because all items in the shopping cart converted to a real order, and user should be able to add new items to the cart. So cart need to be empty, clean cart, and we need to implement that in the local storage. And after that, redirect user to its order page. Document.location.hash should be /order/ the ID of order, and the ID of order comes from data.order._ID. If I press save, it's gonna get converted to the template literal like this. What I need to do in the front end part is to implement create order function in API and clean cart in local storage. Let us start with the easy one. Go to local storage right here, and at the very end of the screen, export const clean cart. It's a function that remove cart items. Local storage dot remove item cart items export. Great. So I can use that inside place order. In the local storage, put a comma and enter clean cart. So in the place order after render, there shouldn't be any error here. And the last thing for the front end, implementing create order. Let's go to API in the Explorer, go to RC folder, double click API, and here it's time to create an API for building an order. It is very similar to registered user in terms of creating a new item, but this time the item is a new order. So let's do that. Export const create order. It just accepts order information, and it's an async function. Inside this function, first of all, we need to get the token. Const token equal to get user info. And then it's time to send an Axios request. Const data equal to Axios, and inside the options section, set URL equal to backtick $API URL /API /order and headers. The headers section should contain content type equal to application JSON, and the most important one, authorization equal to barrier equal to token inside backtick icon. Good. Let's pass the data, and the data is the order itself. Let's wrap it in try catch, try, and move this code inside the try part and the catch part. If there is an error, just return error equal to error.response.data.message. If it doesn't exist, use the default error. Great. At this point, when I get the data, it's response. When I get the response, I need to check response.status text doesn't equal to OK. If there is an error, I need to throw new error, and the error message should be response.data.message. Otherwise, return response.data like this. Return. Great. We just implemented the create order, and in the place order, if I get rid of last character and select this one, it's gonna get imported right here. And the last change in the API, before showing error.response.data.message, we need to check error.response exists or not. Let's wrap them inside this. If it exists, then this, otherwise error.message, and we can get rid of this. So I just change the return error to this code. In the place order screen and in the after render, I need to put this code inside event listener for click on place order button. Document dot get element by ID place order button dot add event listener. The type of event is click, and the responder is like this. Inside the responder section, I'm going to move all code from here for placing order to the click and set it to async. Inside API, the address is API/orders. Put method to post. That's the last fix for create order in a frontend. Let's check that. Here I click on place order. I get the error message, and here I'm sending post request to this address, and I want to get a new order, but I'm getting 404 error. So it's time to go and implement this route. Go to VS Code, and it's time to work on the backend part. Open your backend. Because we are going to create a new order, first of all, we need to build a model for order, a Mongoose model. Right click, new file in the model folder, and set it to order model.js. Inside this file, we are going to create an model. First of all, import Mongoose from Mongoose, then define order schema. Const order schema equal to new Mongoose schema, and here we are going to pass the properties of this order. Also put a comma and create another object as a second parameter of order schema and set timestamps to true. By having this setting, when you create an order, the time of creation will be saved, and when there is an update, the update time will be updated. So let's add the properties and columns for this model. The first one is order items. Order items, it's an array, and each item of this array contains this value. The name of product, type is string, and required is true. And required is true. I just duplicate this for image, price, QTY, and change price and QTY to number. The next one is product, and the type of product is mongoose.schema.types.object_id. Here is the type of product, Mongoose, and here the reference of this entity is product, and the required is true. Great. I just defined the properties of order item, and this one is like a foreign key that give us access to the properties of the real product that we are going to have in the order item. Good. For next property, it should be user itself. After order item, user. User is gonna be very similar to product. It's like a foreign key. Mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id, and the reference here is capital user, and required is true. It's for, it's the user that placed this order. The other information for order: shipping and payment. Let us start with shipping. Shipping is an object, contains address of type string, and I just duplicate that for city, postal code, and country. Let's go for payment. Payment contain two sections: the payment method of type string and payment results. It's a object that contains order ID, payer ID, and payment ID. Order ID of type string, payer ID string, and payment ID string 2. After payment, it's time to enter information about the price. Items price number, tax price number, shipping price number, and total price number 2. And here it's time to set a flag for is paid and is delivered. Is paid, is paid. Its type is Boolean, and required is true, and default is false, because by default all orders are unpaid. And paid at, it's of type date. The next one is for delivered. I just duplicate this and rename that to is delivered, and delivered at to save the delivered time and status. Great. Let's use this order schema to create an order model. Const order equal to mongoose.model. Order is the name of collection in the database, and order schema. At the end, export default order. That's it. We just created order model definition in the order model.js. It's time to go to router and create new file for order router.js. Here I need to import Express from Express and create an instance of router and set the name to order router equal to express.router, and at the end we need to export default order router. At this line I want to create a route for building or creating an order. Order router dot post, it's a post request. What's the address? It's the root of the address is gonna be /API/orders, and only authenticated user is auth can have access to this route. And rec and res. Let's import is auth. Sorry, there is a typo here. It should be express from express, not expect. And we need to import is auth, and we need to import is auth from util like this. And then inside the body of this function, I'm going to create a new order. Let's wrap it inside express async handler, the whole function. And I need to import express async handler from express async handler. And in the body of this function, which is an async function, I want to create an order. Const order equal to new capital order. Press tab for capital order to import it from order model, and pass all information about this order, including order items. All of them comes from order.body.order item. That comes from the body rec.order body.order items. For user, we are going to get the user from rec.user because when is off middleware runs, rec.user will be filled by the data of current user, and I just want to have the ID of that user. For other information about this, I want to get them from body like this. Let's duplicate them for payment, items, price, tax price, shipping price, and total price like this, and get rid of the last one. Great. I just created a new instance of that order and it's time to save that. Const created order equal to await order dot save. I'm going to send back the result. res.send res.status, set the status to 201. 201 is the code for creating new resource, and send message should be new order created, and the data is created order. That's it. And the last step is gonna be using order router in the server.js. Open server.js, and right after user router, create a route for /API/orders, and the responder is order router. Press tab to import order router at the very top of server.js. To fix this issue, what we can do is to convert the ID of product from 1 to a valid ID for Mongoose. Instead of 1, you can make it 24-1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and make it duplicate 1, 2, 3, and make for 2 like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and duplicate. Go to home page, and then click your cookie for localhost and select the first product. The ID should be 24-1. Click add to cart, click proceed to checkout, log in, enter your information, continue, select PayPal, and place order. This time the order created. For the front end part, in the API and in the create order, for Axios, because it's a async function, put await here. So when you click on place order, you get this message, new order created. And if you check the XHR, you can see the order created. And here is all information about the new order. Great. We just created a new order. And after setting await, because the return code is 201, the status text is gonna be created. So if it's not equal to created, it means that I need to return an error. Otherwise, I return the data. In the return part, I'm going to response.data, and the last change after setting this to created is in the order router. And when I'm sending 201 as a response, I'm going to set order to created order, not data. By having this change, if I add a new product, add to cart, checkout, enter address, commit, and place order, I will be redirected to the order screen with this ID. And this page is not found. I need to implement this page in next lesson. So let's review what we did in this lesson. Here is the changes. First of all, I changed the ID of first product from 1 to 24-1. And the reason is when I want to save this inside MongoDB, the format of ID should be 24 hexadecimal number. And that's why I just changed it to this. For next lesson, when we create the real product, this issue will be fixed automatically. Another change is in server.js. I just imported order router here and set /API/order for order router. Next one was creating order schema based on order items, the user that sent, place that order, shipping and payment information, and also the status of it. And I just exported the model object. The next change was in the order router creating a route for making a new order into the database. The other changes are for frontend. In a frontend, in the API.js, I created create order to send order AJAX request to the backend. And also in the local storage, I defined a method to clean cart items. And the last one is in the place order to add an event to place order button right here. And there I just call create order to build an order for user. That's it for this lesson. Until next lesson, bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement order details screen. When you as a customer select a product and add it to cart and proceed to checkout, after place an order, you will be redirected to the order screen. In this lesson, we are going to implement this order screen, and also the PayPal checkout will be the topic of next lesson. So let's implement this page. Go to code, and in the frontend folder src screen, we are going to create order screen. I'm not gonna make that from scratch, and it's much better to duplicate place order screen, because in terms of UI, they are very close to each other, order details and place order. Rename that to order screen. I need to update this to show details of any given order. First of all, get rid of local storage import because we do not need them anymore. And also get rid of convert cart to order. We don't need that too. In the render function, get rid of convert cart to order, and here it's time to get request information. Const request parse request URL, and based on request.id, which is gonna be the ID of current order, I want to get all information about this order. So I need to send an AJAX request to the server. Const order equal to await get order based on request.id. We need to make render as async. Great. By having order, I can use deconstructing assignment to get shipping, payment, and other info. Double click on it and put a pair of curly braces, and inside that put shipping, payment, order items, items price, shipping price, tax price, and total price. Let's check. Great. We have all information that we need at this point. Also, there is no need to place order because it's gonna show the description and information about this order. So it's time to implement get order. Open API in frontend src, and at the very end, export const get order. It's an async function that accepts an ID, and inside that, we are going to send a request to server to get information about this order. First of all, get the token, because we are going to send an authorized request. Const token, get it from local storage, get user token info. And then it's time to create a request. Const data equal to await Axios. Set the parameter URL is gonna be API URL / API / orders / ID of orders is gonna be $ curly braces ID. Second parameter is headers. And for headers, first of all, set content type to application JSON and set authorization to barrier token inside backtick. There is no need to send any data for this request. And after sending that, it's time to check the result. First of all, wrap the whole code inside try catch. Move this code inside try part. And the catch should check the error. If there is an error, return error equal to error dot message. Good. It should be response, not data. Response. And after getting response, if response dot status text doesn't equal to okay, I need to throw an error, through new error, and the error message is gonna be response.data.message. Otherwise, return data, response.data. Good. In the order screen, I need to import get order like this. At the very top, I have get order from API, and also there is no need to have this code in the after render. We can get rid of unused items. Good. So the order screen at this point is gonna be like this, and there is no need to have checkout render. Get rid of it. And the only thing we need to show here is h1, and this h1 should show order, and here the ID of that order, order.id, and close h1. Because we do not have order dot, I need to get rid of it, and here use the ID with this syntax. Also get rid of checkout steps component. We do not need that anymore. And it's time to introduce order screen to index.js. Open index.js in the route section. What I'm gonna do is to duplicate product ID and change it order ID and order screen. In the order screen, rename place order screen to order screen. Copy that, go to at the very end and replace that. And in the index.js, import that. Import order screen from ./screen/order screen. Let's check the result. When I select a product, add it to cart, and follow the instruction to place an order, you see, I get this error. It says /API/order and the ID of order 404 error. It doesn't found. Implement this API, select router folder and open order router. Before post, set router.get. We are going to send the get request. :/:ID, and here I'm going to use isAuth because it's an authenticated API, and inside that, and for responder, use express async handler, and inside that define rec and res as a function. At this point, I'm going to get information about this request by order ID. Const order equal to await order dot find by ID rec dot params dot ID. Here I'm using await, so this function should be async. After getting order, I need to check order. If it exists, that's okay. Rest.send that order. Otherwise, I need to send 404. Rest.status 404.send message order not found. Here the router is order router. Great. Let's check the result. Refresh. And this time, as you see, I'm getting the data about this order. I want to add the state of shipping and the state of payment right here. Let's do that. Go to order screen and next to shipping. Here I'm going to check is delivered. $sign curly braces is delivered. Render this one, a dev with class success, and inside that show this message, delivered at $sign delivered at, and close that. Otherwise, create a dev, set class to error, and the message should be not delivered, and close that. We need to extract is delivered and delivered at right here. Is delivered and delivered at. And same rules apply to payment. Right after payment method, put this and change that to paid and not paid, is paid, and paid at. Copy this and move it to get order and copy paid at and paste it right here. Great, let's check the result. You see, here is the shipping info and here is the payment info. And what I'm gonna do is to create a space for the dev right here. Open style.css and for order info dev and dev, the second level dev, set padding to 1 rem. Very close to this one. As you see, we just implemented the order details screen. Before finishing this lesson, let's fix a typo error in order router.js in the backend. For post method to create a new order in this line, tax price, there is extra T here. Get rid of it and save it. To make sure you do not see undefined anymore, you can go to homepage, click add to cart, proceed to checkout, and place order. As you see, this time you have tax here. Let's review what we did in this lesson. First of all, in the order router, we defined a router for getting information about a specific order. And then in the API part, in the front end, we define getOrder function to get data from backend and provide that for order screen. And we just used those information sent back by order by backend and use that to show them in the order screen. Also in the index.js, we defined the order screen for this route /order/id of order. And as a result, when you click on an order, it should be order / the ID of order. And when you refresh this page, you can see all details about this order. That's it for this lesson. And for next lesson, we are going to implement PayPal payment. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement PayPal checkout in our e-commerce website. When user create an order, a button from PayPal checkout should be appear right after the order total. And when user click on it, user will be redirected to the PayPal screen like this. User can pay the price of order, the order total, by clicking on Pay Now. After successful payment, user should be redirected to the e-commerce website and the state of payment from not paid should be converted to the paid. As you see, a message like this, payment was successfully show here, and the message paid at this time and date is gonna be appeared, and there is no pay button anymore because it's already paid. Let's go and implement adding PayPal to the e-commerce website. Here is the plan. First of all, we need to get client ID from PayPal. To get that, follow the instruction at this address developer.paypal.com. And what I'm gonna do is to follow this instruction to get a client ID. At the very first step, you need to log in to developer.paypal.com. You need to create a user in the PayPal and then create PayPal developer account. And also you need to have a PayPal business account to be able to use PayPal API. After creating an account in PayPal, open this address, developer.paypal.com/developer/application. At this address, you have two modes. The first one, sandbox, it's just for test. And the second one is live. If you want to just test, keep sandbox. And if you want to create a live e-commerce website, click on live and then create app. Here we are going to test. I just keep sandbox and then click on create app. When you create an app, you need to set a name for your app, and for this app, a client ID will be generated. Set it to JS Amazona or whatever you like to set as a name of your e-commerce website. And here, the sandbox business account, and click on create app. After creating app, you will have a client ID and a secret. In this lesson, we're not gonna use secret, and having client ID is enough. Select that, right click and copy, then go to your VS Code. In the root folder, select .env and create a new line and enter PayPal client ID, put equal sign and paste it like this. This is the first step. Second step is gonna be creating a route for /API/PayPal/client ID. Let's open backend folder server.js, and right after order, create a get method, app.get /API/PayPal/client ID. And here is the responder, res.send. We are going to send back the client ID. Client ID equal to config.PayPal client ID. Let's go to config.js and here add process.env.client ID. This client ID is exactly what we have right here. Good, we have done this step, and it's time to go to front end and create get PayPal client ID in API.js. Close backend, open frontend. In the src, open API.js. At the very end, create a method for get PayPal client ID. Export const get PayPal client ID. It's async, doesn't get any parameter, and inside that we just send an AJAX request to get the ID. Const response await Axios. The parameter is gonna be API URL /API/PayPal/client ID. Set headers for content type to application JSON, and there is no need to add any extra data. Check the response. If response.status text doesn't equal to OK, through an error, and the message is gonna be response.data.message. Otherwise, return response.data.client ID. Nice. It's time to go to order screen.js and add PayPal checkout script. In the front end src screen, open order screen, and the main code is gonna be right here. Let us start by defining a function to add PayPal script. Const add PayPal SDK equal to async Inside this function, first of all, we need to get the client ID. Const client ID equal to await get PayPal client ID. I need to import that from API. We use client ID to redirect user to the PayPal website. At this time, I want to show loading. Show loading and check if we already loaded PayPal or not. If window.paypal exists or not. If it doesn't exist, we need to load that. To load a script in a window, we need to create a script element and set its attribute and then append it to the document.body. Let's do that. Const script equal to document.createElement script. Set script type to text JavaScript. Set script source to PayPal. It's gonna be https://www.paypalobjects.com/api/checkout.js. The next line is for async. Set script.async to true, and when this script load, I'm going to define a callback for loading a script. Script.unload equal to this function, handle payment. Handle payment and pass client ID to that. We will implement handle payment later. And at the end, we need to append this script to the document.body. Document.body.append child script. That's it. If we already included PayPal script, we just call handle payment. Handle payment and pass client ID to that. Great. Let's implement handle payment. After add PayPal SDK, const handle payment. It's a function that accepts client ID, and inside this function, I'm going to call button.render from PayPal because I want to show a button in the screen. Let's do that. Window.paypal.capital B button render function. Render function accepts a bunch of settings. The first setting is env, environment. We need to set it to sandbox or live. I'm going to set it to sandbox, like this. Second parameter is client, and in the client, we need to set for sandbox to the client ID we already created and loaded in the front end. And for production, set it to empty because it's not gonna be for production at the moment. After setting client, we need to set the language, locale. It's gonna be en_US. And the next property is style, the button style. Make it responsive, set size to responsive, color to gold, and shape to pill. Good. We are going to enable pay now. Set commit to true. And it comes to define two important callback events. The first one is payment. Payment accepts two parameters, the data and the actions. Inside this, we need to return actions.payment.const create. Here we are going to create a payment record. And what's the information of this payment record? For sure, transactions is the first one. Transaction is an array, and the first element of it is gonna be amount. And for amount, there are two values that we need to fill. The first one is total, and we're gonna get it from order dot total price. And the second one is currency, and we set it to USD. We will fill order later. After defining the payment, it's time to define another function that will run after successful or failure payment. Unauthorize. Accept two parameters like payment, data, and actions. And inside that, we're gonna return actions.payment.execute function, and the promise of it is gonna be like this. At this point, the payment was successful. I need to show loading and call pay order function. Call pay order. We will implement that later. And after that, hide loading. So at this moment, we update the order record and set is paid to true and update the paid date. And at the end, show a message. Payment was successful. And set the callback inside show message to re-render order screen, because we're gonna update the state of the order screen right here, because we're gonna update the state of payment. And the last setting for PayPal button render is the ID of div. We are going to show button there. It's gonna be PayPal-button. After we render order screen, we need to define the ID of div that PayPal button should be rendered there. Put it exactly right here, sharp PayPal-button. And at the end, use then right here, because it's a promise. And inside the promise, set hide loading. We just implemented handle payment function, and it's time to use add PayPal SDK inside order screen and inside the render. After getting the order information, here I'm going to check if is paid is false. It means that if this order status is unpaid, add PayPal SDK, and I just pass total price. At the very top of add PayPal SDK, scroll up. Here I'm going to get total price and pass total price to handle payment. Put a comma here and also here to pass it to handle payment, and also use that in the definition of handle payment, and scroll down for the amount and get rid of order dot. Total payment is gonna come from add PayPal SDK and goes to handle payment. Let's check the results. Only keep the product with the ID, add it to cart, proceed to checkout, log in, enter shipping, select PayPal, and click on place order. A loading happens here, and I'm waiting to show a button. Let's check the error if it exists. It says PayPal button doesn't found. We need to add PayPal button in the render function. Let's go for it. Scroll down in the order screen, and inside the order summary section, right after order total, create an li and create a div and set ID of div to PayPal dash button. Close the div and close li. Let's check again. Refresh. This time PayPal button appears here. Set class to full width. So this time when I refresh, you see PayPal checkout appears here. Let's click on PayPal button. I will be redirected to the PayPal screen. Here it's the price of this order. Click on pay now and you will be redirected to the e-commerce website, and it says payment was successful. If you refresh this page, not paid doesn't change because we didn't implemented the pay order. I mean, we didn't update the state of this order in the MongoDB database. Let's add this feature, and by the end of this one, this lesson is gonna be done. Great. Let's follow the instruction for creating pay order in the API.js. Open API.js and right after get PayPal client ID, export const pay order. It's an async function that gets order ID and payment result, and inside that we send an AJAX request to server to inform the server that this order was paid. Const, first of all, get token because we are going to send an authorized request, get user info, const response, await Axios, set URL to API URL /API /orders /ID of this order, $, order ID, and /pay. It's the verb. Very nice. Next parameter is headers. Set authorization to barrier token. Make it like backtick. And set content type to application JSON. Put a comma here. Wrap it inside try catch like this, and in the catch part, if there is an error, we need to show that error. It's very like to this one. Return error. If error.response exists, use data.message, otherwise error.message. After getting response in the try section, we need to compare response dot status text. If it's not equal to OK, there is an error, through new error response dot data.message. Otherwise, return response dot data. Don't forget, we need to pass the payment result inside the Axios. Right after header, create data equal to payment result. We need to pass the payment information to the server. Go to order screen, and in the unauthorized section, at this point we need to call pay order. Get rid of it, await pay order, and press tab to import that. It accepts two parameter order ID. To get order ID, I'm going to use parse request URL dot ID and information about the payment. I'm going to use the data field of PayPal. Order ID equal to data dot order ID. This ID is different from the one we have in our database. It's the order ID in the PayPal website. Payer ID equal to data dot payer ID. Payment ID is the last one, data.payment ID. It's time to go to server and implement pay API. Open order router function, order router, and at the very end, we're gonna define order pay, order router. This time I'm gonna use put because it's a put request. It's gonna update the state of order. And here is the path, ID of order and pay action. It's an authorized is auth should be here, and use express async handler inside that rec and res. Let's get the information about this order. Const order equal to await order.find by ID, and the ID comes from the rec.params. Because it's await, this function should be async. After getting the order, check if order exists, set is paid to true, and set paid at to current date, date.now, and fill payment result like this. Payer ID equal to rec.body.payer ID, and duplicate that for payment ID and order ID. And after updating fields, it's time to save. Const updated order equal to await order.save, and send back the data. Rest.send message should be order paid, and the updated order is gonna be like this. If the order doesn't exist, send status 404 and send message order not found. Let's go to the API in the front end, and here in the Axios, set method to put. Why put? Because in the order router, we set the order router to put for pay. Let's check the result. Click on pay now, click pay now, and we are going to get back to our website. This time the status should be updated. As you see, paid at this time, and there is no PayPal button anymore, because when you just paid, there is no need to have PayPal button. If you refresh this page, you can see payment method is PayPal, and the paid is green. It means that it just paid successfully. That's it for this lesson. And what we did in last lesson so far was to completing an order from the very beginning of creating a shopping cart to placing an order in the e-commerce website and pay that with PayPal. In the next lesson, we are going to focus on managing products, and after that, managing orders by admin of the website. Until that lesson, bye-bye. We are going to create list of orders in the Amazon. If you click on your profile, you will see a section right here that shows a list of your orders, and it shows the status of paid, delivered, and total price. Also, there is a details button that if you click on it, you will be redirected to the details of your post, your order, and if it's unpaid, you can pay that with PayPal. Let's implement order history. To do that, start from Backend and create an API to return all orders by current user. Open your VS Code and go to Backend folder, routers, order router. At the very top of this, define a router to send all orders by current user. Order router get. The route is gonna be /mine. And only authenticated user can have access to this. And inside express async handler, we are going to define the handler for this API. The command here is very simple. Const orders await order dot find. And what's the condition here? Only order of current user. User equal to rec dot user dot underline ID. We are using await, so this function should be async. After getting user, it's time to return that. Res dot send orders. That's it. We just implemented the router to send back orders of current user. Let's go back to plan. It's time to create a function in api.js in a front end to get access to the backend API. Open API at the very end, and right after get order, define get my orders. Export const get my orders equal to async. Inside this function, first of all, I need to get the token because I'm going to send an authorized request. Get token from get user info from local storage, and const response equal to await Axios. And here it's time to pass parameter. The first one is the URL, and it should be API token, and it should be API URL slash API slash orders slash mine. It's exactly like we have in the order router.js. Set headers and set content type to application slash JSON. And we need to set authorization to barrier token. Let's wrap it inside try catch. Move this code inside try catch and create catch part for error. And if there is an error, send back that error. I'm going to use the line of code right here to send back the error. In the try part, it's time to check response. If response.status doesn't equal to OK through an error, and set the error to response.data.message. Otherwise, response a list of orders by returning response.data. Good. We created the API for get my orders, and it's time to show orders in the profile screen. Open profile screen, and I'm going to divide this screen in two sections. The left section is for updating user profile, and the right one is for showing order history. At this point, let's define a div set class to profile, create an inner div, set class to profile info, it should be div, and create another div next to that, and it should be profile orders. And here I'm going to show all orders. Let's close the parent div and cut form container from here and paste it right into profile info. In the profile order section, we are going to have a table. Create a table, set t-head section for columns of an order. The first one is order ID. I'm going to duplicate that for order date, total price, paid, belly, word. The last one should be actions. Close the tr table row and close the t-head and create table body. I'm going to close table body and also close the table itself. Inside table body, we need to check order.length. $, if order.length equal to 0, what I need to do is to show no order found. tr inside backtick. It should be inside backtick. td set call span to 6 to cover all columns and say no order found. Otherwise, put a column for otherwise if there is an order in the list. We are going to use order.map to convert order object to HTML object. For each order inside orders, it should be orders. For each order inside orders, convert that, put backtick, and here it's time to create table row, table cell. The first column is for order ID, $, order dot underline ID, and close the td, duplicate that, and close the tr. Let's update the values here. Second field is for date created at. Third one is total price. The next one is paid at, and the other one is delivered at, and the last one is action. For action, I'm going to show a link. Let's create a link here. Set href to /# order $, order dot underline ID, and set the caption of this link to details. Close the anchor. Good. It's time to load orders. At the very top in the render function, after getting this information, it's time to define const orders equal to await, and I'm going to use the order that I just defined in API. Get my order, press tab to import that and convert the render function to async. At this point, I'm getting the order in the render method and then show them in the screen. Let's check the result. Click on your name to show the profile, and as you see, it's the order ID, date, total, paid and delivered is undefined, and action. For undefined, I'm going to use this style. If paid at is undefined, use no. If delivered as undefined, set it no. Paid no, delivered no. Let's add some style to this table. First of all, let's get rid of commas. What I'm going to do is to add dot join /n here to get rid of commas. And it's time to move user profile to left and keep the order history to right. And also right before them, H2 order history. There is a title for them. Let's go for splitting the screen. Open style.css, and at the very end of the screen, create a comment for profile and set .profile class to flex. Display flex, set flex wrap to wrap. We're gonna make it responsive, and set align items to flex start. We're gonna to keep item interval vertically at the top. It's time to add a style to profile info and orders. We have two columns here. Profile dash info occupy 130 rem, and profile dash orders occupy 160 rem, and it should be 20 rem because when it's 1 is 20, 3 should be triple 20, which is gonna be 30. Set justify content to space between. As you see, the user profile border stick to the edge of the screen. Let's fix that. In the profile screen at the very top of return, set class content and profile content create padding around it. And also let's create a space between user profile and order history. Go to style and set margin left 1 rem. That's okay. We have order history here. And it's time to add a style to the table. At the very end, set table width to 100%. Table header, set text align to left. T-body, table row, only for odd child, odd TRs, table rows. Set background color to gray. And for TD, create a very slight background, padding, half a rem. Let's check the result. If you click on details, you will be redirected to the details of that order. Let's click back and there we are. We just created order history very similar to the final one. Let's review what we did in this lesson. First of all, we defined a route for showing list of current user order in the order router. And then we use that in getMyOrders function in the API in the front-end side, and in the profile screen we just read getMyOrders function data, and in the profile screen we get the data and put them in the orders variable and create 2 columns, and in the main column we show order history of this user. That's it for this lesson. For next lesson, we are going to focus on the admin section of e-commerce website, including admin products and admin orders. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement admin dashboard UI. If you log in to the system as an admin, I'm gonna let you know how to log in as an admin. If you go to your code, user router in the backend, create admin route, and by entering the email and password at this point, the sign-in part, you can log in as an admin. When you log in as an admin, we want to show a dashboard menu here, and when user click on it, a dashboard like this will be shown. In this lesson, we're not gonna work on the charts and boxes here. We are going to put a menu right here, dashboard sidebar like this, and also the dashboard page without any content. Filling the content is the topic of next lesson. Let's go for them. Here is the plan. First of all, we need to update header.js and check if user is admin or not. If it's admin, we're gonna show a link for dashboard. Open header.js in the front-end folder, src component, and there we go. In the get user info, as well as name, we're gonna get is admin. And right after cart, check is admin. If it's true, I'm gonna show a link for dashboard. Backtick, link should point to /dashboard, and the title of this link is dashboard, and close it. If user is not admin, render nothing, empty string. Okay, let's check the result. I'm gonna run npm start on the backend, and in a new terminal, cine frontend, npm start for frontend part. At this point you can see I have dashboard right here. Let's make it like this. Create more space and change the font here to regular or normal instead of bold, and then go for creating the dashboard sidebar. Open style.css and go up to get to header links. Yeah, right here. Get rid of font weight bold, and for brand, set font weight to bold. And also create a space like this, padding right half a rem. Great. very close to each other. For brand, you can set padding left to 1 rem. Great. Very close to this one. And we are good to go for dashboard screen. If you click on dashboard screen, you see page not found. Let's fix that. Open your Explorer and go to a screen and right click, new file, and set file name to dashboard screen. Inside dashboard screen, we need to create a screen object. Const dashboard screen equal to after render and render. It's after render. And it's the render one. Here we're gonna return dashboard. Let's export dashboard screen like this, and then go to index.js to add dashboard screen to the routes. Dashboard equal to dashboard screen. Press tab to import dashboard screen in index.js. This time it should show dashboard, and we are good to go to implement a dashboard screen like this. First of all, we are going to implement a component and set the name of component to dashboard menu. It's gonna render only the left part of this screen, the menu you see here. Let's go for it. Inside component, right click, new file, and set file name to dashboard menu. And inside that, create a component, dashboard menu, and like always, it has a render method. What I'm gonna return in the dashboard menu is a div that contain a UL, and inside that UL there are a bunch of links. Let's do that. Return backtick and press enter. Create a div and set class of this div to dashboard menu. Inside this div, create a UL, and this UL contain some LIs. The first LI contain a link, and this link points to dashboard /# and the title should be dashboard 2. Close the link and close the LI. If you check the final version, you see when I'm in dashboard, the dashboard menu is active or selected. When I click orders, the orders one is selected. So I need to check if I'm in dashboard screen, select this one and change the style of this. Let's do that. Class equal to $. Here I'm going to put a JavaScript expression, props dot selected equal to dashboard, then render selected. Otherwise, render empty string. I need to define props as a parameter for render method. So if the dashboard menu is in the dashboard screen, I just set dashboard menu as a selected. Let's close the UL, duplicate LI for orders and products. Orders, products. Change this to product and change this one to orders, and also change the link to order list. We're gonna implement that later. And product list. Let's export dashboard menu here. Export the file dashboard and And we are done with the dashboard menu. Let's go to dashboard screen, and here I'm going to use dashboard menu. But before using dashboard menu, I'm going to define a container div and set the class name to dashboard. Let's get rid of dashboard string here. Create template literal, define a div, and set the class of that div to dashboard. Inside dashboard, I'm going to define the sidebar, and the sidebar is dashboard menu component. Let's render it here. $, dashboard menu, press tab to import dashboard menu and call render function. But this time the parameter should be this object. Selected menu is dashboard. That's it for rendering the menu part. It's time to render the content of dashboard. Create a div, set class of this div to dashboard content, and create h1, set it to dashboard. And here it's time to enter information and chart. Info and charts will be added here. Close it, close this div, and close the dashboard div. Great, let's check the result. As you see here, I have menus and I have dashboard, and info and chart will be added here. I'm going to convert this simple style to this one. Let's go and add some style to dashboard. Open your style.css, scroll down at the very end, and right here, create a comment for dashboard. The first class that I'm going to add is dashboard itself. I'm going to put sidebar and content next to each other. Let's set display flex and make it responsive. Flex wrap to wrap. Display flex, flex wrap to wrap. And make height full height like this. Also set heading 1 a bit smaller and create a margin around and fix the extra margin of it. Dashboard h1, font size to 3 rem, and set margin for top and bottom 1 rem and left and right 0. After setting h1, let's go to dashboard screen, and at this point what I need to do is to go to render method of dashboard menu, and here if you check, I just created a div here but I didn't close it. Let's close that, and then let's go to dashboard screen and check the results. And then let's go to dashboard screen, and here I'm checking the result. As you see, this time menus and contents are next to each other. Let's go add some style to the menu. Open style.css again, and right after h1 it's time to add style to menu. Dot dashboard menu, set flex 120 rem, and create a very slight gray background color, F0, F0, F0. Also, there is no need to have padding for UL inside dashboard menu. Set dashboard menu UL padding to 0, and I'm gonna set anchor inside dashboard menu full width. Dashboard menu anchors display flex, create a padding around them 1 rem, and make padding from left a bit bigger, and set justify content to space between. Let's add other style for dashboard and then go for dashboard content. For dashboard menu anchors, when hovers happens, background color should change. Make it a bit darker, C0, C0, C0. And if the LI is selected, I need to change the background color of anchor and also the color. Dashboard menu. If LI inside that is selected, For anchor, set background color to darker and set color of link to orange. F0 8040 to C04040. Make it, a different color. Make it as a selected item color. Okay, it's time to set the class for dashboard content. Dashboard content, let's make the flex to 4180 rem. And by having this, let's check the result. This time, as you see, it's very similar to this one. And set the color to F08040. And it's time to set the dashboard content class. Dashboard content, set flex to 4 times its width should be greater than dashboard menu, 4180 rem. That's it. And also create a padding like 1 rem. It just created a space between dashboard and this. We just created the admin dashboard like this. And if you check that with the final one right here, you can see that they are too close to each other. And in next lesson, we implement the boxes and charts right here. Okay, let's review what we did in this lesson. First of all, in the index.js, we added a new screen and set it to dashboard screen. And then we created a component to show menus inside the sidebar of dashboard screen. Also in the header, we check is admin property of user information, and if it's true, and at the end we create a dashboard screen that create a dashboard template including a menu section in the left and a content section in the right. For next lesson, we are going to use this dashboard template to create admin product page. Until that lesson, bye-bye.